And we are live. Hello, everyone, to the weekly late night live streams that I do, and have some interesting things to talk about for this episode. Some of you may be watching this as a rerun or seeing this live, and I appreciate that. And also, Trump did his. He was speaking at the RNC. He did very, very well, and he's doing well with that. And also, some really wild stories going on with the news, as you all know, about the situation with that. And some different things. We'll be talking tonight about history and stuff like that. And I'm going to be switching to the other screen now. Alright, so hello everybody. And also, I'm going to put up this, do something here, y'all can see me a little bit better. Alright, so hello everybody, and I hope all of you have been having a great week. And also, I'm going to go over the different topics and things I talk about while I play the game I'm about to launch. And I'll talk about Trump and the different news things that are going on, and also some things about American history too. Alright, now starting with the game. Okay. Putting the password in. Alright, see, I am connecting to the game's loading. So this goes alright, it's going smoothly. Okay. Yeah, so I've been having a lot of rain lately. And, everything's growing like a jungle out here. I'm glad this time I had more rain than before. It's really good. And hello, Sarah. She'll be here later, and that's understandable. There's some interesting things going on right now. I believe at this moment, I think the RNC is still live, I believe. So yeah, shout out to them. Okay. So let's do this. Alright, so here I'm at the game. And here we go. Alright, so this is me on the haunted island, and alright, so as you all know, Trump was nearly assassinated earlier it was on Saturday. And also, I didn't see it live, although I've watched his streams before at his rallies. But I did not see this one because I didn't know it was on, and I was doing some things, and I got a notification that one of the YouTubers were going live about it at the time, and also I was like, I was a little bit confused. I I didn't really, wasn't too sure what was going on. Part of me was kind of like denying that it was even going on, but obviously it was going on. And then somebody sent me the stream after it ended, right before the news came out about what was going on. And then what happened was I saw it on the live, the replay, and it looked like he got knocked out, but he didn't. He got back up and put his fist up in the air. That was a very noble thing, and for him to do the fist thing. And even people don't agree with him or don't like him, I still think it's good for him to, in our democracy, our republic, I think it's important for people to have, freedom to choose who they want to choose to be their, hello Matt, good to see you, to be their president. And I think it's important that in this type of country, you're not going to go delete the political opponent like they may do in other countries. So I think that it's an insult to our country and the founding fathers and what this country was founded on and based off of. And I believe that the media has swayed many people to be against Trump specifically. I think that they have caused a lot of hate and a lot of stirring up the pot, as they say, to the point where many young people and people of all ages think that this man is the next Hitler, which we wouldn't want somebody like Hitler coming back. But Trump is, in my opinion, is not like that. And also, I think that it's important that he was able to, thank God that he was able to survive. But people need to tone it down, and that we're all fellow Americans, we're all neighbors, we're all, in the same country. And I think it's good that the president, Obama, and the other side condemned this attack that happened to him, and also the death of Corey and the people that were injured. I think that it's very good that as I said, they condemned it, and rest in peace to Corey, and it's good that the people that are injured they're doing better now. I think that Trump did an excellent job with his presentation, and I think that it's very important that he did that, and it's very traumatic what he went through. Very traumatic for anybody to go through something like that, and he showed courage in the midst of the fire, and that's very good that he showed that courage. And another thing that he did was he emphasized what it was like back in when he was there and what it is like now, and how that they are after everybody and that he's just standing in the way. And the people that may be skeptical about him, it is kind of strange that they keep on trying to take him out and trying to do things to censor him and to stop him. It's just, I don't know what the big deal is, why, in a republic, democracy, why people could run and have a turn if they are elected. I just don't understand why they're so, against him if they're trying to hide something. It is an interesting thing to think about. And right now in this game, his name's Crazy Ned. He's talking about the story in the game. There was a bottle, fierce for El Patron's guns. The fighting went on from sun to sun, which means, that's a very poetic way to say it. But when the smoke cleared, the fight was a tie, and Jolly's anger began to fly. He cursed the island, but I survived to tell the tale to those alive. Hello, Amanda. Good to see you. Welcome to the late night special. He cursed this island, but I survived to tell the tale to those alive. And now how do I get to the mines? How do you get to the mines if cursed blades are truly there? The blades there, I know these mines, for I was a miner in the happier times. I didn't know this guy was a miner in the mines. Yeah, speaking of miners, because in the country, there are so many things that, jobs going overseas, and hello, DJ, good to see you. Good to see you. That so many jobs went overseas, and people are having problems paying for groceries and things like that. And it'd be good if those prices were to go down. And I'm glad they showed his story from when he was back when he was much younger, and then how that he wasn't going to be the president only if he felt the country was being ripped off. And he's in business, so he would see the country being ripped off. So, and that when I was in 2016 and stuff, I saw a completion of those videos. I'm like, this guy, this guy is pretty, straightforward. And I'll explain about the 2016 stuff also. So as I go on, and hello, Primal, good to see you, buddy. Shout out to Gizmo. Alright, and in the game, the blades are there, I know. These mines for I was a miner in happier times. I will help ye if if the others agree, only then I will willingly give ye the key. What do you mean by others? I thought you were alone. I mean, be draft, but I know what I speak. There are others who desire the blade you seek. Search the buildings and meet the fellow ghosts. They might help you out and be a good host. But steer clear of ghosts you see the streets. If ye happen to be upon them, hurry your feet. In other words, run. If ye find the oceans to vast the wide, search for what the ravens hide. Shiny bits of metal broken, but once fit together, you'll have a totem. All right. All right. So basically, and I watched Trump when I was a kid. I would see him on The Apprentice. It's back in 2008. I was very small back then. And I remember like at Christmas time, I remember watching it, and also he was in Home Alone. And there's, of course, before my time, he was in different things and commercials and stuff. And also he was in the wrestling and things like that. And in the very, very beginning, now in 2016, I didn't register to vote at all. I could have, but I didn't. I was, certainly was not a fan of the Clinton. I was not a fan of her, and also, as I said, Trump was always cool and stuff, but I just didn't. I had a lot of stuff going on at that time, and yeah, you're fired. Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember when he used to do that. You're fired. And what happened was, I was focusing on other things at that time, but although I was into politics before that, I was focusing on other things. So I didn't see any debates and stuff like that. I didn't really know much about him, and I didn't know how he would have been as a president, but he did excellent in my opinion, and because he has good self control. Because I wondered, like, how his self control would be, like, because he's good at saying you're fired and stuff. I didn't know about that, and I just kind of sat out that one. But then seeing how he did, and the self control he had, and the good way he conducted the country and all, in my opinion, I completely supported him. And also, remember, I was talking to one of my relatives about it, and then I realized about the border and different things. And as I said, if I would have seen the debates and stuff, I would have completely participated in that one. So then when I became unignorant about the situation, I was devoted my time to talk to different people and friends and stuff about him. And I got knocked out by someone I didn't even see there. And I talked to different people and my friends and stuff about him, and I was be dedicated to that. And then I came across different YouTubers that had the same values as me, and I met a lot of you people from that. And also, as I said, I never disliked him or anything. I wasn't keeping up with it at the time, and I didn't really know how that would go, but he did very well. And seeing how this side goes, but as I said, I didn't. So the 2016 one, I sat out that one, but then I did register to vote, and then I did it the next time for him. And also, basically, I got many people to see another perspective and about him, and it was a very interesting experience. And through this journey, I met all of you, and then I eventually got into live streams through my political friends from YouTube. They want me to go live, and here I am. Although I talk about eclectic things, and I don't always talk about political things, it's one of the things I am very passionate about and very knowledgeable about, because as being part German, I know about politics very well, and unfortunately, like, Hitler came around, and also there was communists. Communism came from Germany too, by the way, and Antifa, all those groups came from Germany. And also, so I was well aware about these things, and Britain, my dad's side, was very political too. Yeah, congratulations. I'm glad you're able to go live now. So, when I was even like a young kid, I studied about the politics and different things like that. So, that is, part of the journey. So, about the. Yes, he was a real jerk. Absolutely. Absolutely. And because, in Germany, as we have some people that are from around that area in the region in Central Europe that come in here sometimes and we talk, and they will say about how the about that they'll talk with us about this and how he was bad, and at the same time how he did all that stuff, and what led to people wanting to go for him in the first place when they were tricked into it. And those people were very desperate and their economy was destroyed, and then they went over and they accepted it. And people gotta understand, it's like, in my opinion, Trump is not Hitler at all, and especially a dictator. If it's communist or fascist, they're not going to relinquish their power. And they, especially like in Germany now, they're trying to fight fascism by censoring people and publications and stuff. But Hitler did that when he got in power. He censored people. He, in the name of democracy, when he was chancellor, they monitored the telephones. They censored everything. It's for democracy. All for democracy. Then when he came over, he made a speech about why democracy was horrible and it was going to destroy Germany and the world, and how America's system is so bad with their two-party system. Really horrid stuff. And basically, I think that it's important for people to know about that, and it's good with to understand that Trump was nothing like that, in my opinion. That's a real big extreme, and when you compare people to that, like comparing people to a boogeyman, and especially the youth that are impressionable, and they're going to be incited. You could incite people to do things so they didn't necessarily have to say there's a deep state, hypothetically, or something that didn't like him there. You don't have to get an assassin to do it. Like, you could go and just have the media talk all this stuff and then influence people to be afraid of him, and then you're going to have some nutcase that's going to go and do that stuff. So, as I said, it's very traumatic what he went through, and I understand why he would not want to mention it again. And it's good that he told everybody what happened, and I think he did excellent tonight. And his son did well, and it was a very great convention that they had in general, and seen before the World War II veterans speak and stuff like that. It was very good. And also, it was school shooters. Yes, he was a vegetarian. Yes. And yeah, he was allergic to many things, which is why he was a clean freak and repulsed by many things. Yes, you could say he was OCD, you could say. Yes, and he was vegetarian. That's true. And also, like, there was these school shooters, and a lot of these people that were school shooters, they were, I mean, not saying every single one of them, but quite a few of them were socially awkward, and they felt rejected by society, and they wanted to make a name for themselves and look big and look tough. And so basically, and there were some were loners, some of them were bullied. Yeah, he was on meth, absolutely. And a lot of the troops were on meth too. And also, what happened was, with that situation, he would go. These school shooters will go and do these different things, and I was thinking that this individual that did the assassination attempt on Trump, he had to have been something like that. In my opinion, I speculated it. And Dr. Grande, in his video, in his analysis, he mentioned like about that stuff, about the shooter, and I'm like, that's what I was thinking. That this he was quiet. He was kind of a loner. He's known to be very smart, and he had been bullied, and he learned about JFK's so Thomas Crooks learned about JFK's assassination. He was like inspired by it, and of course, y'all do your own research and come to y'all's own conclusions, whatever y'all think is right or wrong. But so I'm just telling you all what the research I've done. So he was inspired by that, and he wanted to like get a name for himself. And he was in the media saying this guy's like Hitler. This guy is horrid, and he's a threat to the republic, to the democracy. And you have the president talking about he wants to bring him behind the school and beat him up, and all this stuff. It's just all this stuff that's not that nice. Okay, Primal, thank you for coming and telling us hello. You and Gizmo have a wonderful night. See you on the next streams. Math was invented in Germany, and it used to be sold over the counter. Meth was invented in Germany, and it used to be sold for over the counter. It's called pure Vetin. I may have said that wrong, but thank you, Matt, for telling us about that. That makes sense. And also, so that's and he made a video. The assassin, the almost assassin, he was like, hate Republicans and Trump. I'm kind of like, making a mockery of it. Hating Republicans and Trump. Republicans and Trump. And he was a registered Republican, but he donated to some of the liberal Democrat candidates. So it seems kind of conflicting. Like, was he a Republican that didn't like Trump? Was he a Democrat in disguise? Could he have been planning something else and that he came with the other option? It's an interesting thing to speculate on why he did that. Like, why he was a registered Republican, but he did what he did and didn't like Republicans. Yeah, shout out to Primal. All right, the sun's coming up in the game. So, and what happened? He used an AR-556. When they say AR type weapon, it was AR-556. And everybody's ranting and stuff on Twitter and everywhere else that this man got on the roof and that was not guarded by anybody, and he goes and has a perfect area to do what he was doing. And when I saw the replay right before the news and all came out about it, it was like fresh. I didn't see it live, but it's as if I did. I remember it was like, it sounded like clicking. It sounded like a BB gun or a paintball gun. This is absurd. Or some kind of clicking or tapping. And then he was talking while the shots were firing, which was kind of incredible. And then one of them hit his ear, and he was like, as you all know. And he had blood in his hands, and he went down. I'm like, oh, did he get deleted, or is he badly hurt to the point where he can't get back up? But I know he had a duck. And then the Secret Service jumped on him. And then he got up and did his thing. So I said, I didn't know. And the other people didn't know either. And then the news started coming out about it. A lot of strange coincidences for sure. It's absolutely, and it's like, how was he able to get there and go on the roof, and get the ladder and all? Where did he get the ladder from, or was the ladder already there? This is a joke. Did somebody leave a key or something? I mean, it's kind of confusing. And also, Dr. Grande was saying that it wouldn't be likely this shooter wouldn't have done it if it wasn't right by his town. So he saw that he was in his town, in his area, like close to his area, so he wouldn't have like traveled across the country to do it. He did it if he was in his region. He purchased a ladder. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's to get the ladder and everything, and to get yourself perked up and set up. And I remember seeing news stuff. So apparently it seems that they were not given the order to fire first when they saw the gunman on the roof. They saw the assassin on the roof, and they weren't given the orders to fire until he fired or that's like the protocol. I think we got to adjust the protocol a little bit, and we know on the spaceship that if there is an assassin alien, that y'all just take it out like right then and there if it appears, because they're saying to wait till fire first. But how about we were gonna wait until it fires? It would fire before it fires. And then there's a police officer that was going up on the roof to try to get the person, and then the shooter pointed the gun at him, the pew pew at him, and then he kind of like went back down, and so it's a crazy situation, and many people in the crowd were saying that there's somebody on the roof, and they're raging about it, rightfully so. But they didn't do any. They didn't seem like they seemed kind of confused, the police, at first, and and there's videos about that. So I think that it's absolutely crazy how this all went down, and he was able to survive it. And I remember there was these people, like people in. I was looking at the presidents that were deleted, and Garfield was one of them, and there was another one, I forgot his name. We're gonna check it out a little bit later. But basically, what happened was, there's Lincoln, there's JFK, and in fact, JFK. John Wilkes Booth. The thing about him is that Abraham Lincoln really liked John Wilkes Booth. He thought he was a great actor, and he invited him to the White House frequently, but he didn't know why he would decline his offers to go to the White House. So, basically, that's something interesting. He thought he was a good actor, but he had some different views. He had different things in mind. And Lincoln's son was president when his father was assassinated, and also when Garfield was assassinated. Now, if it's not Garfield, it's the other one. I have to go look that up to make. I just like double checking myself that I'm remembering that right. I have to go and like fact check myself to make sure it was Garfield, not the other one. But basically, it was like, yeah, that is basically the situation that was going on. That he, was present for different assassinations of presidents, and he just eventually resigned his position because he didn't want any more of them to be assassinated. Yeah, but and Ronald Reagan was nearly assassinated. It's crazy. Like over in China and these other countries, it's like it's embarrassing that in this country, although bad things happen everywhere, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing that it happened here. That in this place where you have democracy and republic and all, you're going to have people trying to do that. And it happens here. Like, we've had multiple presidents go through that. It just makes you wonder what's going on. Like, why does this keep happening? Hello, Gam. You are welcome to be here. Alright? Oh, yeah. What? Really, Matt? Wow. Yeah, so there's this thing where the president had this Secret Service agent, and he went to go get drunk at a pub bar, and he was saying that Lincoln said he could have the night off, but Lincoln couldn't be cross-examined because he was deleted, so it was quite convenient for him. Then he went to sleep with another president, another incident, and then he was fired. Oh, well, that's cool. Welcome, Gam, to the chat. It's almost like may have chat with you before somewhere, Gam. And Matt has another fun fact for us. Shout out to Matt for the fun facts. Fun fact: we have a hotel on Lincoln Avenue in Chicago called J. Parker. J. Parker was the Secret Service agent that took the night off the night Lincoln was deleted. It's like, wow, it's I didn't know that. And the dude was cringe. It's like he needed to go get himself a drink and just forget about everything. It's like that's not the type of people you have to have around. And when I was seeing the video and the dude was talking about the Secret Service not being 100%, and that was before the Trump incident, I'm like, Lord, you got no idea, bro, about the Secret Service maybe not doing the best that they could have possibly done. People make mistakes, of course, and they did a pretty good job getting him off the stage and all, and deleting the guy. But it's like I feel that they kind of left that spot a little bit open. It's like everything they've tried to do to this man, it didn't work, and Trump's still there. Yeah. Matt is gonna be Alien Secret Service. He is Alien Secret Service. Yeah, that's awesome. And also in the President's Secret Service, you look good, and we'd be good in that as well. All right, so I'm preparing the pirate ship. Our ahoy! Well, that's a well. This is the night of fun facts. Oh, that's awesome. Matt did that. Shout to him. Like I did extensive research. So the information on like early Sunday morning around this time, or I mean, around this time Saturday night before the morning, that's when the information about the shooter came out. Matt, I like that song too. I love that song too. Facts. Great minds think alike. And Amanda, I didn't ask. I hope that your day's been going well, Amanda, and you're telling Primal that you're doing good. You're doing great. I'm glad you're doing great. But yeah, I hope that you've been having a good week, Amanda, and that you have a good weekend also. Also, I wish the same for everybody here as well. Come on, Nail, go down. Yeah, I know. Vegas is very hot. Yeah. I was checking it, and it's like over 100 degrees. Ship almost repaired. It's almost repaired. Oh, I know, because where I am, it's humidity. Yeah, where I am, it's humidity, and it could be like 80 degrees or something, and it feels like 500 degrees. Yeah, down here the humidity's horrible. Like I would rather dry heat if I had to choose, but I eventually kind of get used to the heat here. Well, it sounds like really cool weather, Matt. It's pretty cool. I mean, cool like metaphorically and literally. Man, did my day, as in going really well. I was watching a new trial today, and it's very disturbing. It's a disturbing case. You probably would not want to really know much about. All right, but also I did good today with friends, and I got the new video up, the sound effect video about the fall of Camelot and Legends. So yeah, my day went really well, and I've been enjoying the rainy, dark weather, and it's cooling things off. So thank you, man, for asking also about myself. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was, Matt. Absolutely. And also, I'm gonna tell you all like basically my opinion about it, and I think that it's possible, in my opinion. Now, it could have just been a made up story. Historians and archaeologists say that there's no evidence to prove that it was real, Camelot and King Arthur and all that stuff. So, just everybody to make clear that at this point, it's not scientifically or archaeologically confirmed, allegedly. I'm going to say allegedly because, I don't really always trust everything. But yes, it seems that they don't know for sure if that really existed, Merlin and King Arthur, all that stuff, but they don't really know for certain. They just don't really have any way to prove it. But they're saying that there is some clues or some archaeological things, but experts don't think that it has anything to do with the real thing. And sort of like there's the Library of Alexandria. It was burned down. All that stuff was lost, and Camelot was destroyed. So it's possible that a lot of the information about Camelot and stuff were destroyed that would have proven its existence. But I know a lot of the stuff has to do with fantasy and magic and stuff like that. For those that may be not into that stuff or not completely into like or that kind of like fantasy stuff. But basically, I think that's possible that if it was destroyed, which it was in Legends, maybe a lot of the stuff was destroyed, like the Library of Alexandria. And also, that's why I think it's important to remember and record history. And so basically, then there might be. And I remember reading that they think that a Merlin existed and a King Arthur may have existed. Like they'll say stuff like that, but the ones that we hear in the story, maybe not. And the Gorify, he was a historian from the Middle Age, like the medieval times, that was the one that recorded the history about King Arthur, and he was a historian. But they were saying that it wasn't accurate. Not the most reliable because they couldn't really prove it. Now, as I said, hypothetically, if it wasn't just a story like Pirates of the Caribbean, like Jack Sparrow, or things that were just fiction, which depends how you look at it, because Johnny Depp is Jack Sparrow, Captain Jack Sparrow, rather not. I don't want to forget the captain part. So, but basically, like how Captain Jack Sparrow was a fictional character, maybe that was the same way, but then basically, if it was real, and there really was a King Arthur and a Merlin and all that stuff like that, basically what happened was it was orally passed down or written down to different generations, but most of the information was lost, so it was told like folk tales, and it passed on to that guy that wrote it down in the history about it. But the story was like passed down orally, because like they had like folklore and folk tales. How it works is like I tell y'all that I saw a UFO, a blue UFO, some time ago. Then y'all tell other people, and then different generations after we're gone pass that information down. That's like folklore. Like it was. There's now I actually took a video of it, so there's video evidence for it. But let's just say there wasn't video evidence for it, and it was just a legend. But did it happen or not? There wouldn't really be a way to prove it, technically, unless you had some documentation about it. So, like something they can't prove it doesn't mean it's not real. But it's just like with the Kraken, they didn't think there would be giant squid. Like the Kraken, that's another legend. Like in this game, that has to do with this game. Like they had these Krakens and these sea monsters and stuff. But then in recent times, in the 2000s, they recorded a gigantic squid deep underwater, a gigantic squid that would be like a miniature or a medium-sized kraken. So there's proof and evidence that there are gigantic squid. So basically, with the giant squid, there you go. They proved it way later, and a lot of other sea creatures and things. It just took a lot of time for them to find the information and to prove this stuff. So, just because they can't find proof or evidence for something, it doesn't mean it's not real. But you always take things with a grain of salt and go with your gut and intuition. I think that's the best way to go. And also want to say to DJ and Matt and Gam, I hope y'all's weeks have been going well so far as well. Hello, Mary. Good to see you. And I think that it's good that they finally have done this with their security with regarding the president, that the security can go better. And also another thing that they can do, to amp it up and make sure he doesn't get hurt again. Another thing I want to point out is that during the RNC a day or two ago, there is an incident where there is a shooting by the RNC, but it was unrelated to Trump or the RNC in general. It was like these homeless people fighting each other, and with the homeless people were fighting each other, one of them had a knife, and the police deleted the person, and the police were on high alert in that area because of the situation with Trump. There was like 4,000, something like that. I know that's kind of a big difference, but thousands of police personnel were at the RNC area. And the person that was in the military, that was a World War II veteran, said if Trump was re-elected, he would re-enlist. And as I said, very deep things, and people on the other side, they have a right to have their opinion, and I hope that they can see one day that Trump may not have been as bad as they once thought. And as I said, the media says a lot of things, but like I did my own research on stuff, and that's where I came up with my opinions about things. Exactly. The whole situation doesn't add up. Right. Oh, the deleting the homeless person. Basically, what happened was he was in the street with a knife, and he was fighting somebody. So if the Trump thing was there or not, that would have happened. And it's very sad what happened. It's very sad. I'm not saying that it was a good thing, but people can't be fighting in the street with knives. It's not too good, in my opinion. But you know, if I could be wrong, and I'm glad you're here, Mary. And I don't think any political person, if they're Democrat or Republican, should be deleted. I think that's wrong. I think that's wrong. They shouldn't do it to either party. Oh, you read about it? Yeah, you did. Full speed ahead. I'm going to be dropping these cannonballs like lead. All of these enemies are in their bed. Did that go through? Yeah, it went through. Yeah, so okay. Sam's telling me in the game that people keep mentioning people keep mentioning in the game that the lag gets bad around 11 p.m. So it's not just us in the game, not y'all here on the stream, but in the game it could get pretty bad. I'm glad y'all are here. Shout out to all of you to this late night special that are here. Maybe Woody from the YSL trial was letting the guy in the on the building. You know, maybe he had something to do with it. It's a joke. You know, Woody would not like the to be cross-examined. Like he'll say, you know, were you there? And he said, you know, they'll say, where were you when the assassination happened? He'll say he was on Earth. Like that's how he answers questions. But I'm confident Matt would get the answers out of him, but he would give him a hard time. Like they asked him at the trial, how old is he, and he said grown. And they said what number, and then he looked at the judge and he said, I plead the fifth. And then he was locked up for the weekend. So, you know, when you're dealing with people like that, it's not like dealing with a logical person that's going to cooperate with something. And like, and I'm going to watch more of them because there was maybe some I didn't see, but like, you know, she asked if it was okay to ask those some questions, and she he said no. Crazy. Well, looks. I was like, is this bounty hunter after me? This bounty hunter's after me. Cringe. Opening fire on the degenerate bounty hunter. So if Dog the bounty hunter is not degenerate. He's cool people, but like if he had like a pirate, like that's what he would have been doing if he was in the 1700s. He would have been on like a pirate ship hunting bounty hunter. He would have been a bounty hunter on the sea. We got this glitchy ship out there. We're gonna go attack. Let's go. Yeah, we're chasing this. This is wild. I'm chasing a bounty hunter. We got some lag going on. Shout to the lag in this. I don't know how many pirates are playing the game right now. It doesn't show, but on my ship, there's only one other person besides me. Oh, they got him good. Dumb ship. I'm gonna drift out to the ocean, more in the ocean. So this dude, I'm reading what this dude's saying. So we're gonna kind of drift out a little bit. All right. He says, by the way, I found out last week the developers made some game changes that would make it easier for captains to deal with bullies when they board. Well, shout out to the developers. Oh, bounty hunter's coming right. No, coming. Oh, we're gonna go a little bit quicker. We're out to the sea, and we're gonna kind of dodge this one. Ship's being repaired at the moment, so we're gonna be taking some time to drift out. Funny about Dog the Bounty Hunter. Yeah. Perfect. Gotta be a little bit ahead of the enemy. We dodging this, alright. And the tactic that I came up with a long time ago about doing this ship warfare a couple years ago, like back in like 2019, perhaps 2018, was that what I did was I saw the game you know, I mean, I saw the movie and how they're in the World Storm and how they're in a circle battling each other. So I did that in the game, and it was like a life hack. It was easy. It was easy for us pirates to defeat the enemies because man, it could be pretty rough doing it head on like that. Hello, Sarah. Good to see you. And she says Mary and Amanda with heart. And shout out to you. Yeah, you're here there. Yeah. So Sarah, I was talking about the Trump speech, and I thought he did very well. And I was talking about my you know pathway into the history about like from 2016 to now and my views about him. And also I think it's for any president. Yeah, a lot happened this week. Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah. So yeah, basically how it was absolutely absurd, to do that to a former president. As I said, if it was Obama or Biden or any of those people, would think that it would be wrong to do that to them too. And a lot of these people, extremists like the communists, not all, not necessarily all. I don't know every communist on earth that's like in America, but like because you have different types of communism, but we don't agree with them. But like say people like that would do bad things, you have those people and other groups that would be anti-American that may do some things or support things like this. And like there's people in the far right that don't like Trump. There's people on the left that don't like. It's like they're all over the place. So as I said, you have all kinds of extremist groups that to be aware of course, that would be anti-American. And I didn't. I sat out the 2016 election. I always thought Trump was cool, but I was focusing on other things. I didn't really know how he would exactly do, and I thought he was always a cool dude, and he was you're fired. He was good at that. I didn't know like, but he did excellent at self control. He did excellent, and then like it was like the night of the his election. I was like, oh okay. I was talking to people and it was explained to me. I was like, okay, because I didn't watch any debates or anything in 2016. I was focusing on some other stuff. But yeah, if I didn't really know what was going on, but now I'm like, ah, okay. Yes, and rest in peace to the firefighter Corey and the other people that were injured. That was very sad what happened. He was protecting his family, and Peach was telling me that she was trying to send me the thing, but seemed like it became private. She was sending me the post that he made, that the daughter made, and that he was trying to protect his family, and he was a Christian, and he really was a good person. And so Dar was talking about the incident and how he was trying to help save his family, and he did. And he rest in peace to him. And it's good that the victims are doing better now. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Well, I'm glad that people are waking up about that. As I said, the news and the media are very good they're very skilled propagandists. Like the Nazis were very skilled propagandists. To this day, there are people that believe in the things that he said. But like if like Austrian Pater Hitler says the sky is blue, we could all agree the sky is blue. But all the other things about him I wouldn't agree with though. And also with him, how he was, they compared him to all these different things, and I think that they were inciting young people. you know, they're inciting people to, and the youth, like they'll go and say to the youth, like, and all people of all ages, like he's this, he's a threat to. Well, I didn't know that I got that far. I got the skull and crossbones and the hat and eye patch. Whoa, I didn't even know that. I didn't even realize that. Okay, well, we're gonna go back to the other islands. I'm trying to. Oh, okay. Well, what I want to do is I'm gonna take this very long route and get there. So yeah, Sarah, I did talk about that earlier. I did. I'll talk about it again. So it was around 11 o'clock or so on Saturday night, and it was in 2013. Okay, she was talking about the Boston Marathon bombing. Okay. Well, what I'm talking about is the night on Saturday was about to become Sunday. It was like kind of like the time. There's a time before Sunday and Saturday, or like when you stay up really late, as you all here would know. There's a time. There's like a twilight zone where you're between Sunday and Saturday. There's like some like cross between both, and it was like I was talking to some of my friends at the other stream, watching some chases, and we're talking about the situation, and the FBI was releasing information about who the shooter was, and I was doing research on him, and I saw the video about him, and I made a short about it around the time, like right when it came out, like literally like right in midnight in the morning on Sunday when they're releasing the information for everybody. That I saw the guy, the glasses, and he was making the video, and he was like, Republicans and Trump. He hates Republicans and Trump. And you got the wrong guy. It just didn't really make any sense. And you see, he was kind of like a Dr. Grande did cover it in his video, and he kind of thought what I was thinking. How like say the school shooters will act a certain way. They're kind of outcasts. Not maybe not all of them, but they're bullied or they're kind of quiet or something. And then what happened to this guy was he learned about the JFK assassination, and he wanted because he would think that he could be important, that he could make a name for himself. The Columbine shooters were like that. They wanted to make a name for themselves, so they went and did what they did to be like remembered and have followers and stuff. It's a very sick thing. There's other ways you could be remembered, like what I did with YouTube. Yeah, midnight hours. And also what happened was, so he was something like that, and in theory could have he have done that to Joe Brandon also, he could have done it to him too. I mean, he may have not really mattered who it was. He would have done it to either candidate. Like, some people are just black pilled, some people are just complete, like, want the whole world to burn down, in my opinion. And yeah, he did not like, he was a registered Republican, but he donated, which if someone supports a liberal candidate, doesn't mean they're going to go and delete a president or do something horrid. Doesn't mean they're bad people. But he was donating to a liberal group, and it's kind of confusing because he would go and like it seemed kind of strange because he seems like on the other side, and he said he didn't like Republicans or Trump, and to have hate, like what Rod Sterling in the Twilight Zone talked about it. So basically, like there is hate, and also, whoa, I ran right into that ship. There's hate, and there's like Hitler, for instance, and basically like the Twilight Zone, that the guy was a neo-Nazi and he was making speeches, and this dude that's like kind of in the shadow is telling him how to do it and orchestrating it when it really is the Austrian painter himself that's telling him this. And I tell you all this because he was saying in the show that Hitler will come back in different forms and in different people, and all kinds of hatred and prejudice that happens. And it seems like this other group of people. I'm not saying the right wing has crazy people or far out people in it, but you have a situation where you become the thing you're trying to destroy, like Anakin Skywalker and Star Wars did, and like they became like that themselves, and you know they became like a Hitler type person because he demonized a whole group of people and many other groups of people. I'm not like I'm against communism too, but this guy was like taking things too far. Then he blamed, then he connected the Jews to communism because there were some Jews that were communists, but doesn't mean everybody that was Jewish was involved in this. And then they go to this other country that's not even in Germany, like say Lithuania or somewhere, and then they'll go cause trouble over here and there, and it's like there's nothing to do with anything, and you go to a point where the milkman's responsible, the farmer is responsible, the everybody's responsible, and then it's like this in our timeline we can see are all the people that may support these MAGA movements are responsible or are anti-American, and say like the KKK thought that certain groups were not American, and they did things that were not too nice, and then you have this situation, so it mirrors these other things. Kaz Amirio, hello there, sir. Good to see you. Welcome, and welcome to my rant. So that is the situation. And another thing in the Twilight Zone, he did a good episode where the darkness. It was just like pitch black. It was like broad daylight, but it was pitch black, and they're about to hang somebody for doing a crime. And basically, when they did the crime, they went out and we're going to hang him, and there's a lot of hate for the person. They had hatred. And the end of the show, they're talking about there was a dark shadow over the Berlin Wall, over the where JFK was deleted, and over in Korea and Vietnam. And now you would see, like in Fulton County, there would be a dark cloud, a dark shadow. It would be like dark nighttime over there, where the trial happened for Alec Baldwin and the Johnny Depp one, the war in Ukraine, in Philadelphia, the deletion of Trump, and when I was during the deletion situation, I realized like basically the darkness is metaphorical, but you could feel it like when that or 9/11 happened and things like that. I was too young back then, but you feel the darkness. You feel some sort of dark vapor or something, and I know what he was talking about. It's something. It's something you could just sense everywhere. And Rod Serling was a veteran. He was in World War II, and he was Jewish, and he was for this country, and he was really cool, and he supported our country and how everything goes with it. He was very patriotic. So I think a lot of the lessons are in Twilight Zone, a very old show. And I have to go to the Devil's Enville, which is right over here because they banned me from this other island. So I have to go over here now. So he had some very good lessons that still pertain to this time period. He even talked about like AI. He hinted to AI and to blow up doll girlfriends and like girlfriends online or people that like are incels. He alluded to that, or people that go have an AI girlfriend or something. He was very ahead of his time. They didn't know how it would happen with the technology, but he was very ahead of his time. So that's why I like the Twilight Zone. I love watching old shows. I'll read y'all's chat because I've been ranting for a long time. Kaz says hello to everybody. Sarah says, yes, and thanks, recovering. Right. And Alien, good points. Did his parents sign him up as AR, I wonder? Sarah, that's a good speculation. I don't know. I don't have any information on that, but that's a good question. Sarah says, the spirits behind Hitler is still around. Amen, Sarah. That's absolutely true. And also Lenin and Stalin and Pol Pot. and the other communists, they also have the spirit that also caused those revolutions in Russia, that deleted the Tsar and his family, and the people that raised the were persecuting Jews and Christians in the Soviet Union. Although later on they relaxed their persecution later on. So, and the ones like what Hitler did, Pol Pot, all those people, those spirits are still influence people today. Exactly. Copper, silk, diamonds, ivory, silver. I love silver. Medicine, cotton. Got some minerals. All right. Okay. Mary says the Twilight Zone was way ahead of its time, very relevant to the world we are in today. Rod Serling was brilliant. It's not it. The devil is real, wandering the earth for the ruin of souls. Exactly. All right. Now we're going to go into the articles and some different things like that. Our friend Sam, who subscribes to the channel also, he has gone offline in the game and he helped me do what I just did. Shout out to Sam O'Silver. His name of the game. Shout out to him. In the game, I'm Ed. All right. And I think I'm going to talk about. I'm okay, chat. I'm about to talk about some very eclectic things. I'm going to go all over the place, so y'all going to, brace yourselves. Okay. All right. Here we go. Yeah, shout out to the pirate hat. And shout out to the spaceship cats. Bubbles and Stinky turn the TV off. Shout out to all y'all watching. I really appreciate it. All right. All right. Trump accepts the nomination. And Trump urges unity after the attempt on him. Well, I'm going to read this. All right. And then I'm going to go into some other eclectic topics. Trump urges unity after assassination attempt while prospering sweeping populist agenda in RNC finale. All right. And shout out to the Oregon Trail, because you're about to see a picture of the Oregon Trail on the right hand side in an ad in a moment. All right, so here we go. Without further ado, let's get this party started. Milwaukee. I didn't even say that right. But anyway. Donald Trump somber and bandaged, accepted the Goff presidential nomination on Thursday at the Republican National Convention in a speech that described in detail the assassination attempt that could have ended his life. Just 5 days earlier, before laying out a sweeping populist agenda, particularly on immigration. And an ad appears in the middle of this, so I have to scroll down. But yeah, shout out to the Oregon Trail that y'all see. Maybe we'll talk about that in a little bit. The 78-year-old former president, known best for his bombast and aggressive rhetoric, and began his acceptance speech with a softer and deeply personal message that drew directly from his brush with death. Moment by moment, the crowd is listening in silence. Trump described standing on stage in Butler, Pennsylvania, with his head turned to look at a chart on display when he felt something hit his ear. And I will also add, hit his ear, and it really, really hit hard, and it really, really hurt, and it was a whizzing and a whistling to it. And you knew it had to have been a bullet. I'm adding that part because I saw the live stream. Continuing. He raised his hand to his head and saw immediately that it was covered in blood. If I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet, and this pops up and I don't need it. If I had not moved my head at that last instant, if I had not moved my head in that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, Trump said, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. Trump's address, the longest convention speech in modern history, at just under 93 minutes, marked the climax and conclusion of a massive 4-day Republican pep rally that drew thousands of conservative activists and elected officials to swing state Wisconsin as voters weigh an election that currently features two deeply unpopular candidates, sensing political opportunity in the wake of his near-death experience. The often bombastic Republican leader embraced a new tone he hopes he will help generate even more momentum in the election that appears to be shifting in his favor. The discord and division in our society, synchronicity, everybody, because I was talking about the word discord earlier in the video about the Camelot sound effects video that I released earlier. So synchronicity. The discord and division in our society must be held. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and shared destiny. We rise together, or we fall apart, Trump said, wearing a large white bandage on his right ear, as he has all week to cover a wound he sustained in the Saturday shooting. I am running to be president of all America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. While he spoke in a gentler tone than at his usual rallies, Trump also outlined an agenda led by what he promised would be the largest deportation operation in U.S. history. He repeatedly accused people crossing the U.S.-Mexico border illegally of staging an invasion. Additionally, he teased new tariffs and trade and an America First foreign policy. Okay, Mary, thank you. Trump also falsely... Now, as I said, this is from a news outlet that may have a bias, just so y'all let y'all know. Trump also falsely suggested Democrats have cheated during the 2020 election. He lost despite a raft of federal and state investigations proving there was no systematic fraud, and suggested we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, even as he has long called for prosecution of his opponents. Well, one thing about this that's good is that both sides are calming down and both sides are not going at each other's throats. And as they say, everything happens for a reason and a dots connect in the future, which I believe, and I think that with absolute certainty, that this incident may and well, just like with 9/11, may in fact bring more people together closer than before. Also, I think that he, wanting unity and the other side wanting unity is good. He did not mention abortion rights, an issue that has, I don't know this word, bedviled Republicans ever since the U.S. Supreme Court struck down federal guaranteed rights to abortion 2 years ago. Trump nominated three of the six justices who overturned Roe v. Wade. Trump at his rallies often takes credit for Roe being overturned, argues states should have the right to institute their own abortion laws. Nor did he mention the insurrection of the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021, in which Trump supporters, they say, tried to stop the certification of his loss to Democrat Joe Brandon. Trump has long referred to the people jailed for the riots as hostages, and there's a controversy about this. And he did say in a speech that to make their pieces patriotically and peacefully heard. But of course, what they were doing the January 6th, in my opinion, I think that wasn't what people were supposed to do. There's even some speculation that Antifa was the ones infiltrating it and doing things with that as well. So, as I said, that, is a different, that's an interesting situation. And Mary says, be deviled. Okay, next. Indeed, Trump barely mentions Biden, often referring to only the current administration. It was Donald Trump who destroyed our economy. This is a quote. It was Trump that destroyed our economy, ripped away rights, and failed middle class families, said Jen Molly Dillon, the Biden campaign chair, in a statement after the speech. Now he purposes the presidency with an even more extreme vision for where he wants this country to go. I don't know if I do not agree with that, but, to each his own. The RNC ends at an uncertain moment in the race. With less than 4 months to go in the contest, major changes in the race are possible, if not likely. Trump's appearance came as Biden, the 81-year-old Democratic incumbent, clings to his party presumptive nomination in the face of unrelenting pressure from key congressional allies, donors, and even former President Barack Obama, who fear he may be unable to win re-election after his disastrous debate. I mean, the whole thing is quite wild. Long pressed by allies to campaign more vigorously, Biden is insistent in isolation at his beach home in Delaware after having been diagnosed with COVID-19. I want to know if I read this correctly. I have to read this again. Am I tripping? Long pressed by allies to campaign more vigorously, Biden is instead in isolation at his beach home in Delaware after having been diagnosed with COVID-19. Hours before the balloons were scheduled to rain down on Trump and his family inside the convention hall, Biden Deputy Campaign Manager Quentin Fulks appeared nearby in Milwaukee and insisted over and over that Biden would not step aside. I did not want to be rude, but I don't know how many more times I can answer that. Folks told reporters there are no plans being made to replace Biden on the ballot. Right, exactly, Sarah. Thursday's RNC program seemed designed to project strength and masculinity and implicit rebuke of Biden. Ultimate frightening championship President Dana White called Trump a real American badass. Kid Rock performed a song, the chorus "Fight Fight." Kid Rock did excellent. I liked his performance. Echoing the words that Trump mouthed on stage in Pennsylvania as Secret Service agents surrounded him. In wrestling icon Hulk Hogan described the former president as an American hero. All right. Let's see. Hogan drew raucous response when standing on the main stage. He ripped off his shirt to reveal a red "Make America Great Again" shirt. As an entertainer, I try to stay out of politics, Hogan said, as he briefly broke character. I can no longer stay silent. Like many speakers during the convention, former Fox News host Tucker Carlson suggested that recent events were divinely inspired, and he worded, "If something bigger is going on." I think it changed him, Carlson said of the shooting, praising Trump for not lashing out in anger afterward. Amen. God has really blessed Trump, and it looks like this unfortunate situation, caused him to be a certain way. Because remember my friend and I that would talk about aliens. He said when people approach death, they sometimes will turn even more. The aura will turn more white. They'll turn more. Well, I'm not saying Trump was bad before, but people could turn more godly. And I'm glad that Vance yesterday and Trump, they're not inciting political violence. Like someone like Hitler would have been all like, like Hitler had a speech where he was saying that for the first time others won't bleed alone, and he said the old stupid genius Jewish law will be applied, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. So Hitler encouraged all of his supporters to do an eye for an eye against the Jewish people and people that were his enemies. So you see a difference here with Trump and Vance and this side. There's nothing like that. And as this time goes on, you see this guy is nothing like Hitler. And also continuing, he did his best to bring the country together, Carlson added. This is the most responsible, unifying behavior from a leader I've ever seen. Former First Lady Melania Trump and Ivanka Trump, the president's elder daughter and former senior advisor, joined Trump in the convention hall ahead of his speech, making their first appearances there. Neither woman spoke. Amen, Sarah. The attempt got Trump thinking deeper. At nearly 93 minutes, the former president's speech eclipsed the 74 minutes for which he spoke 8 years ago. According to the American Presidency Project at the University of California, Santa Barbara. Republicans leave their convention united. The convention has showcased a Republican Party reshaped by Trump since he shocked the GOP establishment and won over the party's grassroots on his way to the party's 2016 nomination. Rivals Trump has vanquished, including Senator Ted Cruz of Texas, Marco Rubio of Florida, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Put aside their past criticisms and gave him their unified support. not unique. That's not even a word. Unqualified support. Even his vice president pick, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, Trump's choice to carry his movement into the next generation, was once a fierce critic who suggested in private message since made public that Trump could be America's Hitler. As I said, even Vance was deceived. But as we say, it's not quite the case. Security was a major focus in Milwaukee in the wake of Trump's near assassination, but after nearly 4 full days, there were no serious incidents inside the convention hall or a large security perimeter that surrounded it. Perimeter, rather. The Secret Service, backed by hundreds of law enforcement officers from across the nation, had a large and visible presence, and during Trump's appearances, each night he was surrounded by a wall of protective agents wherever he went. Meanwhile, Trump and his campaign have not released information about his injury or the treatment he received. The former president on Thursday described his story of surviving the attack and vowed he would not talk about it again. I am not supposed to be here tonight, Trump told the packed convention hall. The crowd of thousands which was listening in silence shouted back, "Yes, you are." And that was a deep emotional moment. So, and in scripture, there's this mentioning that iron sharpens iron. And sometimes God will take a situation to make you, to harden you, or to change something in a certain way. Okay, thank you, Mary. So, he did basically, so the left seems like they're being more easy with Trump, and they're more easy on everybody. And also the Trump side is being more easy with everybody. Iron sharpens iron. And like sandpaper, it's like you go through a fire. Like, say you're casting silver or gold, or a potter making a pot. The silver gets heated and shaped, and it's uncomfortable. Also with the pot, it's getting all twisted. The clay's twisted around and all, and it gets heated and flames. And there's certain seeds that only sprout after they're burned on fire. They're set on fire. So I think that, something really great came out of this horrible situation. And no weapon formed the righteous will prosper, and God can make a situation really bad into something good. And we've seen throughout time that, Abraham Lincoln, JFK, Garfield, and the other one didn't make it. But this guy did, by a millisecond. Thank you, Sarah. And as I said, I like that Obama said what he said, and Biden, and also George Bush, Clinton, both Clintons, Hillary and Bill, and AOC, pretty much everybody. Even Xi Jinping of China, and also Russia condemned it too. And Russia blamed the American media for creating an atmosphere for this to occur. So when you have these, other countries condemning this political violence, all political leaders all over the world condemn the political violence. And it's so sad to see this. It's like, and they could have done this unknowingly, but they did similar things to what the communists and the Nazis did, in my opinion. And also America itself, I believe, has something that may not be complete. There could be some things in the shadows we're not seeing, but they were certainly defeated, okay? Because they're like, there's JFK off the list, this guy's off the list, but this time their plan got foiled, and it's like, it failed. Like, the enemy was defeated. Like, God would send Jesus to crush the head of the serpent. Before he was Jesus, he promised Eve that through her seed will crush the head of the serpent. And eventually we see that the serpent's head of the corruption in this country was crushed. Because, as they say, the flag stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. So, it's an important thing to take into consideration that, you know, through all this time and all these years, I'm glad to see Trump being more chill. I did not mind the way he was before. He was very good at roasting people, but like as I said, like he has good self control skills, like when he's dealing with the foreign leaders, and I think he's very diplomatic. But I'm glad to see that he's a changed man in a sense. Not that he wasn't bad before, but no one's perfect, of course, and he does have things where things get heated, but basically I'm glad to see that he the situation changed in a positive direction. And also, I will say with him, like, because I saw him with the wrestling, the Apprentice, and I wondered in 2016, like, is he going to, like, why, like, have the self control? Would he start a new war, like the Vietnam War? But I was completely wrong. He didn't do all that stuff, and he kept us out of conflicts. He seemed like people. I would talk to like different tenants and things, and they'd be like, he's friends with the dictators. Understandably, that would be concerning if he was trying to be friends with dictators, but he was just having a diplomatic relations with them and being on their having peaceful relations with them, so he don't have a conflict with them, like any other leader. And rather than outcasting these people, he brought them in. Even Jesus said to love your neighbor as yourself, and Jesus would go out, and even if someone was not part of their group, to be good to those people. And I think it's important because what this other group did, there's wars all over the place, and if you have a strong leader in there that it's coherent and there to have a strong presence, I think that's the best policy. But a lot of people don't like the way Trump may conduct himself or his personality. A lot of people don't like the way his personality is, right? But as I said, he did do good things while he was there, and he does have self-control skills. In this situation, I think was even better, to help him out spiritually and have another perspective of things. Now, when he was much younger, I think he had more patience, but I think his patience wore thin, especially seeing all the stuff that happened. Like, he was on Oprah, like, I don't know exactly what age he was, but like close around like my age or a little older than me. And basically what happened was, like, and Sarah's saying Trump doesn't want to run other countries, unlike Dems. I agree. He kept us out of conflicts. He was Trump light during his speech. Yes. Yes, I agree. Yeah, exactly, Sarah. And also, with the leaders, when you're dealing with foreign leaders, you need a tough guy to do it. And he's very tough. He's tough as nails. He's tougher than nails, I'd say. And, like, yeah, Putin that's casually talking about nuclear weapons. And a guy like this isn't going to put up with that. And also, I didn't support, like, I sat out the 2016 election. But when the night of the election, when I learned more about him, I didn't even I didn't watch a debate. I didn't, like, really focus much on him. I always liked him, though. I thought he was cool people. But I just didn't know much. But no, he kept self-control. He didn't cause any conflicts. He made peace with a lot of different foreign powers. He went to North Korea. He did a lot of, good things. So I'm glad that this, like sandpaper or like iron sharpens iron, for both sides could have a different view. And that for the atheists and people that may be skeptical, it is a very remarkable thing that in a millisecond, a fraction of an inch, this bullet hit him and it didn't delete him. That's something I believe God and his angels are watching over him. And we all pray for unity. I pray for unity and protection. And basically, in this situation, he definitely did very well in all these different things. And also, Mary, I would like you to elaborate about that. What like why you think that? But I think that he at least does have endurance. I disagree with you, but I do think he does have endurance. He has more endurance than the stuffed bear that's in the front room. I think he's tougher than the bear over there. But I think that he has endurance and perseverance. That he could go through all these different things and he still comes out on top. Matt says, just like cats, politicians only pay attention if you do something for them. Oh yeah, brother, preach. And there's people I know that may not like him, and there's people, as I said, they don't like his personality, or like say how JFK conducted himself, or say how Obama and Mitt Romney their debate, how civil they were, and how when Joe Biden and Trump get up there, they just it's like the it's a war at the old folks' home, or it turns into some kind of thing like that, and so I could see where people would like him to be a certain way, but he seems calmer now. And you even see in the picture how his eyes are. And, you know, in Harry Potter, and then people that are maybe watching or seeing rerun, if y'all think differently, I understand completely. I wasn't completely certain about it at first myself, but like when I did my own research, I didn't hate him or anything, and I thought he was a good actor. He was a good on the shows and different things like that. I didn't dislike him. That it seems like he's not like what you think. I saw a completion of all these videos from like when he in his youth. I mean, he seemed pretty cool. I remember this one time he was on a talk show and he said he relates to the working class people more than the rich people because he's always like competing with them. But he liked the taxi drivers and the people that were just regular. I'm like, and then he remember he would help these. He was on Oprah. He helped these black people start their businesses, and when they paid him back, he just ripped up the check. So I'm not denying that sometimes he could be brash or be a certain way that may be not the best. Okay, or he may put people off, but as I said, none of us are perfect, and then like in Stoic philosophy, we must consider our own failings and then we'll forget our anger towards the other person. And Jesus said we have to get the beam in our own eye before we consider the beam in our brother's eye. And also Confucius said how you're concerned about the snow in your neighbor's step and not the snow in your step. So I think that we all have ways we could have iron sharpening iron, and you had this situation where iron sharpens iron, and like sandpaper, God can use a situation to make you different. And also how through the fires of affliction, a gold and silver go through. It makes a nice gold coin or a gold bar. And I think that I would like to see Tweetzel the cat run for 2024. I'd like to see that, Mary. That's something we could both agree on. Or Jim Shillman, right over here. This dude right here. This stuffed animal attorney right here. He could run. Shout out to the stuffed animal over there, Jim Shillman. He did say a lot of confusing things. He did. Absolutely. I have not heard of that, Mary, but that's cool you're part of it. All right. So it's Jim. Jim. And one thing we could all agree on, in spite of our differences, is that Trump has some Interesting people in the Secret Service. Shout out to them though for protecting him. But basically, Trump has these women that are helping him out, and I think women can do a lot of great things that men could do, like in work and stuff. But in this situation, I think there should be nice tall men helping him, helping guard Trump. And yeah, shout out to Confucius. You know what? Confucius 2024. And I want to say shout out to RFK. I think he's a great candidate, and he says a lot of things that are not being talked about by either candidate about the dollar dying or inflation. Not inflation, but the dollar dying and the debt and stuff. Now Trump's talked about that stuff before, but not recently. But RFK is pretty cool people. But yeah, so anyway, so I think he should have had some. Though I don't think the woman should be doing this job, and he should get some like sumo wrestlers to guard him. But then again, they might crush him. Yeah, putting the girl in front. You see, Confucius COVID 2024. I know exactly, Mary. And also, another thing. Another thing is that in this situation, you have these people, in not the selective service, but that we're that situation. But we're talking about the other thing with the Secret Service, not the selective service. The Secret Service had this new agenda where they want to put more women and involve women more. But when we do stuff like that, they may not be the ones best suited for that specific job. Yeah, minus masks, please. Yeah, yeah, the face diapers, right? And also, basically, yeah, and I think that this is a very iconic historical photo, and he should have had bodyguards that were a little bit different. These women and all. So the woke agenda of Secret Service, I think, is cringe. Exactly, Sarah. Facts. Mary says, I feel no female agent should have to jump in front of any former, current, or future president. I agree. I don't think they should be in war either. But it has to do with these stupid movements that they have. Yeah, fight, fight, fight. And we're going to look at Thomas Crooks. Oh, I agree, Mary. I agree. Yeah, this is Thomas Crooks, the one that did the deletion of Trump. Tried to do the attempted to delete Trump. Meow, meow, meow. Pause for the people. Yeah, exactly, Sarah. She says, "I think Trump realizes the devil is truly in the details." Absolutely. Matt says, "A 20-year-old with two cell phones and zero social media, that sounds sketchy." I know, exactly. It's sketchy. Now, hypothetically, if it was real, he did it intentionally so he wouldn't be caught, but he wouldn't have known in the first place that he was coming to his town. So, like, if Trump never, the Orange Man never went to his town, he wouldn't have done it. Republicans and Trump. Yeah, that's him in the classroom. Nexios. Did Mary did the bear in the front room teach you that word? That's the word, gamer. FBI and CIA. Exactly, Sarah. Exactly. Bingo. Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. Perhaps. Matt says, "Really? That's so sad. Sad then they couldn't stop it before it hit critical mass." Matt says, Matt says loneliness coupled with daily use of super weed makes all illness so much worse. This man, this man said he's just speculating. Daily use is no longer stigmatized amongst the youth. Sarah says, aliens since 2000 seen the workings of the degenerates in the game chats. Oh, okay. That makes sense. And no way to help a report, etc. Really sad. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that with me, Sarah, in chat. Matt said more people use weed now daily than alcohol for the first time ever. Right. Absolutely. Mary said Snoop Dogg must be the poster boy for that. Yeah. Shout out to Snoop Dogg. He absolutely. And I pray that the people that are lonely and that could be predisposed to be like this young man can get the help from the Lord and whatever help they could get on earth to not do things like this, like the Columbine shooters, and people want to make a name for themselves. Like this guy, because Trump's like an emperor or like Caesar, and he wants to be like associated with him so he could be seen, because he could be talked in the history books. Because that's the Columbine kids, you know, Dylan and Eric. They want to be seen as like these people that would be remembered in the history books and stuff and have followers. And this guy's kind of like that. That's why they're concerned about the copycats. Mary, I didn't ignore your comment. I said your comment. Or maybe I didn't see it, but I did say your comment, but I'll read it again, okay? Matt, I meant sad that he had untreated mental illness and insisted of going to work or movie. His mind was in a horrible place. Exactly, because back in the Mary made a very insightful comment. I agree. And you see a lot of these kids these days, Mary, because of social media. I like social media. I think it's a great tool, but because of social media and people before social media that were lonely or bully or stuff, they gravitated towards these violent things. And and I agree with that. That kids shouldn't be thinking of things like this. Like Eric Harris, he was like the mastermind behind the Columbine attack, and he was saying like, oh, of his, you know, that he liked Hitler and that he liked the genocide that Hitler was doing, did, and he wants to recreate that, and he hated everybody, and he did document that he was bullied along with Dylan, which the bullying was wrong, but doesn't give him a right to do what he did, and he wants to get revenge, and he wants to be like a name for himself, and this same person did it, but there's other ways you can be put in the history books. There's other ways you can become famous or become well known. But these people don't have the confidence or the self esteem to go and do something like what I did with YouTube. And other YouTubers that you all watch that are very well known, some of them I know a lot of YouTubers, they also do a lot of, they did the right thing. And like I'm remembered for, and God willing, it continues this way, for a good reason. And like you don't have to be doing something destructive, but some people just won't be destructive anyway. And I'm going to get back to y'all's chats. I've been ranting for quite a few moments, for a few minutes. Sarah said, "So true, Mary. I wonder if the parents really were Republicans." Mary says, perhaps you read it. I'm tired. Herding cats is not for the weak." uh, and Matt says, Dylan was more of the patsy in the situation. Hilarious, Matt. And Sarah says, Mary, Dem public school system have assisted and shapes youth minds. And also, I think taking God out of public schools was wrong. And I think the Ten Commandments should be in there. And even if people aren't religious, I think that they're good values for people to have, even if people are not religious. But I think that when they take God out of things and they push God away, you get in nothing but trouble. And you don't teach people healthy coping mechanisms for what they go through. And one thing I liked about Protestantism, is something good about them, is they're very focused on Scripture. Not that the Catholics aren't. And they focus on parables and stories and things that happen in the Bible to attain to everyday life. And I think it's good for people to remember these things and obtain these life lessons and God being there and helping people out. And I do think religion also gives comfort to people as well as at the same time. And there's just some things we can't explain, like it just at the right time. Trump turned himself slightly and it just pierced his ear. I mean, the odds of that are little to nothing. I think we all can agree that in our lives, that things that have happened like that. Sarah says, yes, and I've seen no videos of his parents online, nothing. Matt says, we enjoy your rants. It's why we're here. We are here. Thank you, Matt. Mary says, I think we live in a video game, violence obsessed, desensitized society. Rome is burning. Mary, facts. Very, very intelligent, very brilliant you are, and I like that statement. Rome is burning, and everyone is filming it with their phone instead of putting the fire out. Hey, that's ours right there, Mary. Because the fall of Rome was like this. They went into decadence, and the society went downhill, and that's how Rome fell. Because they were being like how we are, and their society went down the drain. They went into degeneracy, and they went into horrid things, and their society just collapsed. Absolutely, Mary. Very good reference. Sarah says, Matt, indeed, rant on Captain. Facts. Mary says, yes, and Mary says, herding cats, too funny, Mary. Matt says, claps. Video games are one of the worst things to ever happen to men. Some people can control it, others lose themselves to the fantasy. Yeah, that's very well said, because video games in itself may not do it, because there's some people that do it and some people that don't do it. But you're right, it can be a fuel, like what Bundy said about his own thing that he did, that he feels that violent media influenced what he did. And some people do it, like he said, some people don't. And Dr. Dobson was saying how there's some people with a predisposition to act a certain way, and that he was one of those people. So yeah, you're right, Matt. Exactly. It's like adding gasoline to the fire. Sarah says they are bringing the Ten Commandments in some schools. Well, that's good. I'm glad about that. And also, Mary says, I don't agree with that. I respect your opinion. I think home life is a bigger factor. Sarah says, Matt, hard fact, says the wife who helped husband in his fishing game. Sarah, I like the fishing game. That sounds pretty cool, but can you tell me the name of the game? I would think it's very interesting. And Mary, she's Catholic. She believes in God. Just for the record. And Sarah says, no problem, Mary. I see too much ungodliness in Colorado public schools, aiding in depression, and albeit home life is a huge factor. Right. And also, like back when my grandparents were growing up, now I have grandparents in two different countries. My grandparents that were growing up in America, I'm talking about. My grandparents were, you know, it was so different back then. People were very different. You had bad, wild people. You had crazy things happen, but it wasn't to the scale that you have now. And people were patriots. People believed in God. People were public school was like a private school. It was crazy because they went to the public schools and they were fine. It wasn't like how they are now. And the greatest country on earth can't have a good public school. The richest, like the fourth Rome, Russia's the third Rome. The fourth Rome can't have a public school that's decent. So that's what I'm saying here, is that basically, back in their time, things were different and people were different. And over in London, where my grandparents grew up, and also my uncle and my father grew up, and also his brother, and my aunt Karis, when they were growing up, London was a great place. It was low crime. My uncle and my father had the best times in their life in London. but it's different now, and just and the youth that's coming up, you know, they've been taught certain things and stuff like that. So as I said, it's a very sketchy situation, and it'll be a situation will be solved with prayer. All right, now I'm gonna go to your comments. Sarah says, I agree, schools can be an influence. Sarah says, I need to ask English name. Mary says, I thought she meant real fish, fishing also. Matt laughed because he said something funny and I probably may have missed something. Okay. Damn, I thought she was talking about actual fish with the real people. Matt said he knew it. It sounded fishy. Sarah says I should have kept quiet. The full verse comes to mind. Sarah says ha ha ha. Sarah says I may have to go listen to listening mode shortly. I'm still here with Jim. Sarah says attended Roman Catholic school. Now shout out to you, Sarah. And Matt says Roman Catholic school for 12 years. Sarah says Mary thumbs up with a heart. Mary says Sarah like hearing your thoughts and contributions. Sarah says always wanted to live in UK. Genesis fan back in the day. Awesome facts. Matt Mary says, Matt, my tour of duty was 13. Sarah says, Mary, same here. Team a lot. Now I'm thinking of Finding Nemo. Well, chat is the best chats on the internet right here. The best chat room on the internet. Oh, Matt, I want to tell you a joke. So, Jim. Very good flow. Shout out to the Spaceship Cats. Alright. So you see this table, and so in Harry Potter, they had the Death Eaters, and there's a secret. Voldemort had his secret club of people at night, and that's what this basically is. Spaceship Cats sound out of this world. Ah, okay, Sarah. Sarah says changing to public school was a shocker and was mostly Jewish. Oh well. Yeah, so that's us basically, and so that's like our meeting. This is like our own round table. Like also, King Arthur had his round table, and King Arthur, the knights. Also, it's like the round table. Right, just shout out to the round alien table. All right. Round tables are for squares. Yeah, squares indeed. Midwest. 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 All right. Yeah, so basically, as we're saying, I think that he basically seems like he needs some help, and he shouldn't have been like doing what he was doing because people in those video games all day in the basement Like, that's not helping anything. Like, that's not helping the situation at all. That's going to cause more dental decline for them. Yeah, and Matt went to Catholic school in Central Illinois. That's interesting. All right, so all right, I'm gonna read this. Let's see. I'll read this for a moment. See how this goes. Okay. Investigators now believe account on gaming site and would-be assassin's name is fake. CNN investigators now believe the stream account and the name of the man who shot at former President Donald Trump over the weekend is fake. A U.S. official briefed on the matter told CNN. Early Thursday, CNN, citing a source familiar with the matter, reported that Thomas Matthews Crooks posted July 13 will be my premiere. Watch as it unfolds. The source did not elaborate on the timing on whether there were other posts. The FBI senators told senators on Wednesday they believe the account did not They believe the account did indeed belong to Crooks. The source familiar with the briefing said, but now the Bureau has revised that assessment, the U.S. official said. Officials continue to stress that the investigation is still in its early stages and has yet to turn up any potential motive. Investigators have been trying to learn more about what Crooks was doing in the days and hours leading up to his attempt to assassinate the former president. Crooks visited Trump rally location twice. His cell phone contained images of both Trump and the president, Joe Biden. And the would-be assassin's search history included dates of the Democratic National Convention as well as the future Trump events, 3 U.S. officials told CNN. So as I told y'all, that he would have probably done the same thing to Joe Brandon. Now, that would have been really sad to, also to do that to him too. But investigators coming through Crook's physical and digital trail still lack key detail that would explain why the 20-year-old climbed to the roof in Butler, Pennsylvania with an AR-style weapon. A motive. Crooks also conducted searches online about major depression disorder, administration officials told Congress during the briefings Wednesday. Weirdest. All right. So All right, I'm gonna go over what y'all are saying. Sarah says, if I wasn't a grand, if I wasn't a grandma, I'd say neighbors. Been in Japan over 25 years since was in Kalo after Arlington Heights. Arlington Heights. Sarah says, the oldie in the chat. Okay, enough yap for me. Yeah, yeah, enough yap. Yeah. Matt says, I bet you really love cherry blossoms. And she said, Sarah, you're you're not an oldie stomp. And Sarah says, thank you. Sarah says, Matt Sakura, great in the sweets and drinks. Mary said, a coworker said Thomas was really kind person who did a terrible thing. It's all depressing. The whole story, the Daily Mail also always, yes, yes, accurate news. Yes. Sarah said, point. Mary wants you to stop saying Joe Brandon all night. And Sarah says, thank you, it's just so off. Sarah says, sorry, but we are sure was Crook's gun just throwing that out. That's a good question. That's a good question. Apparently his father bought it for him. So it was from his dad that gave it to him. But yeah, who really knows? Yeah. Sarah says, ha ha ha. Cherry blossoms are very big in Japan. Mary says, good point. I'm sure they know, but just aren't telling us. Sarah says, aye, Captain. Our Captain. Sarah says, have you had one of those Japanese whipped cream sandwiches? Sarah says, the Holy Spirit has us all as Catholics gathered. Right. Amen. Okay, Matt. Good night. Thank you for joining us. All right. Four sitting presidents have been deleted: Abraham Lincoln, 1865, James A. Garfield, William McKinley, and John F. Kennedy. William McKinley, the 25th President of the United States, was shot on grounds of the Pan American Exposition in the Temple of Music in Buffalo, New York, September 6, 1901. 6 months into his second term, he was shaking hands with the public when an anarchist, Leon, I remember how to pronounce the last name, but it's a it was from which country? Yeah, but it's like from Eastern Europe. All right, like Poland or Ukraine. Shot him twice in the abdomen. McKinley died on September 14 of gangrene. So the reason why, by the wounds, he was the third president to be assassinated following Abraham Lincoln, 1865, and James A. Garfield, 1881. McKinley enjoyed meeting the public and was reluctant to accept security available his office, secretary to the president. For McKinley enjoyed meeting the public and was reluctant to accept security available to his office. Secretary of the President, George B. Cortelyou, feared that an assassination attempt would take place during the visit to Temple of Music and took it off the schedule twice, but McKinley resorted it to each time. Gangrene. Oh, well, thank you, chat. Thank you. I didn't know about this either. And also, the thing is that the guy said in the video about it that he that the Garfield and McKinley were not as well known because JFK and Abraham Lincoln are the ones that are the most popular ones. Because the other ones got buried because of the JFK and Lincoln. So the last name is like Eastern Europe. It's either I have to see which nationality. He was a Polish immigrant. Hey, isn't it something? This happened before the Russian Revolution, I think. Okay, so Leon, a Polish immigrant, grew up in Detroit and had worked as a child laborer in a steel mill. As a young adult, he gravitated towards socialist and anarchist ideology. He claimed to have deleted McKinley because the president was the head of what Leon. The word. I remember how to pronounce that word, but I don't remember on the top of my head. I have to go back and look how to pronounce his last name, his Polish name. So I'll tell you all that like another time. I'll say it correctly. But I'm gonna call him by his first name, Leon now. So what Leon thought was a corrupt government. So we had socialists, anarchists doing this stuff before the Russian Revolution. So this is 1901 in the 1800s. These socialists have been around for that long. I'll tell you all the date Marx released the manifesto. On February 21st, 1848 is when Marx released the Communist Manifesto. The first and also he wrote another book that came out in 1867. Right, so he was socialistic. Okay, Sarah, I will do that. So Leon had lost his job during the economic panic of 1839, 1893, and turned to anarchism, a political philosophy adhered to recent assassins of foreign leaders. He regarded McKinley as a symbol of oppression and was convicted and convinced that it was his duty as an anarchist to kill him. Not all anarchists are like this person. There's some Christian anarchists. There's people that are not. They're anarchists that are not like this. I'm not an anarchist myself, but there's some that are not. They're not like this. But this was some other kind of extreme. He was unable to get near the president during the earlier visit, but he shot him twice as McNally reached his hand in reception line of the temple. One bullet grazed McKinley, the other entered his abdomen and was never found. McKinley initially appeared to be recovering, but his condition deteriorated on September 13 as his wounds became gangrenous. He was deleted at 2:15 a.m. on September 14, was succeeded by his vice president Theodore Roosevelt. Leon was sentenced to death and executed by electric chair. Congress passed legislation to officially charge the Secret Service with responsibility for protecting the president. Gangrene is a type of tissue death caused by lack of blood supply. Symptoms may include a change in skin color, a red or black, numbness, swelling pain, skin breakdown, coolness, the feet, the hands, most commonly affected in the gangrenous stage. In September 1901, William McKinley was at the height of his power as president. Elected during 1896 during the serious economic depression resulting in the Panic of 1893, he had defeated his Democratic rival William Jennings Bryan. McNally led the nation both to a return to prosperity and victory in the Spanish-American War of 1898. Posing of such Spanish colonies in 1898, taking possession of such Spanish colonies as Puerto Rico, the Philippines, re-elected handily in the rematch against Bryan in 1900. According to historian Eric Rauchway, it looked as if the McKinley administration would continue peaceably unbroken for another 4 years, a government devoted to prosperity. McKinley's original vice president, Garrett Hobart, had been deleted in 1899. McKinley left the choice of running May 1900 Republican National Convention. In advance of the convention, New York's Republican political boss, Senator Thomas C. Platt, saw opportunity to politically sideline his state's governor, former Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Theodore Roosevelt, by pushing for his nomination as vice president. Roosevelt accepted the nomination and was elected on McKinley's ticket. This is the guy that deleted him. Like, look how crazy his eyes are. Alright. Now we're going to go to this. Leon was born in Detroit, 1873, son of the Polish migrants. And the family moved several times. Leon's father, sought work throughout Midwest. As an adult, Leon worked in a Cleveland factory until he lost his job in a labor dispute in 1893. Thereafter, he worked irregularly and attended political religious meetings trying to understand the reason for the economic turmoil of the Panic of 1893. In doing so, he became interested in anarchism. By 1901, this movement was feared in the United States. New York Heights Court had ruled, and the act of identifying oneself as an anarchist in front of an audience was breach of the peace. Anarchists had taken a toll in Europe by assassinating and attempting to assassinate half dozens of officials and members of royal houses, and had been blamed for 1886 Haymarket bombing in Chicago. 2 American presidents had been assassinated in the 19th century: Abraham Lincoln and James A. Garfield, 1881. Even considering this, McKinley did not like security personnel to come between him and the people. When his hometown, Canton, Ohio, he often walked to church or business district without protection, and in Washington went on drives with his wife without any guard in the carriage. Plans and arrivals. McKinley gave a short speech at his second inauguration on March 4, 1901. Having long been an advocate of protective tariffs and believing in Dingley tariff passed during his first year in office had helped the nation reach prosperity, McKinley planned to negotiate reciprocal trade agreements with other countries. This would open foreign markets to United States manufacturers that had dominated the domestic market thanks to the tariff and who sought to expand. During a long trip planned for the months after his inauguration, he intended to make major speeches promoting his plans, culminating in a visit and addressed the Pan American Exposition in Buffalo, June 13. McKinley, his wife Ida, and their official party left Washington on April 29 for a tour of the nation by train, scheduled to conclude in Buffalo for a speech on what had been designated as President's Day. He met with rapturous receptions in the far west, where many had never seen a president. In California, the First Lady became seriously ill for a time and was thought to be dying. Thoughts have been deleting. She recovered in San Francisco, but her husband canceled the remainder of the tour. The McNellys returned to Washington The speech of exposition was postponed until September 5. After McNally spent some weeks in Washington, 2 months in Canton, he used his time in his Ohio home working in Buffalo speech and supervising importance to his house. He intended to remain based in Canton until October. Leon had lived on his parents' farm near Cleveland, Ohio, beginning 1898, 100 years before I was born. Exactly. Working little, he may have suffered a nervous breakdown. He is known to have had attended a speech by anarchist Emma Goldman. All right. Well, I'm checking something. Okay, come on. All right. Yeah, Emma Goldman was a Lithuanian-born anarchist, revolutionary political activist, and writer. She played a pivotal role in the development of anarchist political philosophy in North America and Europe. All right. In May 1901, Cleveland, he approached her before the speech and asked her to recommend books on anarchism. She obliged. The talk, in which Goldman did not advocate violence but expressed understanding for those driven to it, was a great influence on Leon. He later stated that her words burned in his head. He came to see her at Chicago home in July, as she was able to depart on a trip to Buffalo to see the fair, and the two anarchists rode together to the train station. Goldman expressed concern to another radical that Leon, who was using the Alice Fred Nyman, was following her around. Soon after he apparently departed Chicago, William Arntz, a worker at a park in Canton, stated that he had seen a man resembling Leon in mid-1901 when the president was staying at home and sometimes visiting the park. The man was wearing two guns, two pew-pews. Arntz reminded him that firearms were not permitted outside the park shooting range, responded dismissively, sought to police, but the man was never found. Once again, we have a situation where the police are told that there's a shooter walking around and the police didn't do anything. Wow. Later in the summer, Leon moved to Buffalo. Through his reasons for doing so are unknown. Another journalist, Scott Miller, speculated he may have chosen Buffalo because of his large Polish population. He boarded the suburb of West Seneca, spent much of his time recording. Leon then left Cleveland, though what he did there is uncertain. He may have picked an anarchist literature or produced more money. Nothing new under the sun. Facts. After Cleveland, Leon went to Chicago, where he saw a newspaper mentioning President McKinley's impending visit to Buffalo. He returned to Buffalo, as yet uncertain of what he would do. At first, he only sought to be near the man who to him embodied injustice. On Tuesday, September 3, he made up his mind. Leon later stated to the police, "It was in my heart. There was no escape for me. I could not have conquered it in my life been at stake. There were thousands of people in town on Tuesday. I heard it was President's Day. All these people seemed bowing to their great ruler. I made up my mind to delete that ruler. Yeah, nothing new under the sun. On September 3, Leon went to Walbridge's hardware store on Buffalo's Main Street and purchased a 32 caliber Ira Johnson revolver. He had as yet no clear plan for the assassination of the president. The following day, William and Ida McKinley arrived in Buffalo by train. The cannon that fired a salute to the president on his arrival in the city had been set to close to the track, and the explosions blew out several windows in the train. Wow. Unnerving the First Lady, about a dozen people on the platform believing the danger was caused by a bomb, shouted anarchists. As William McKinley stepped down from the train to the official welcome, Yon shoved his way forward in the crowd, but found the president too well guarded to make an attempt on his life. McKinley's trip to Buffalo was part of a planned 10-day absence from Canton, beginning on September 4, 1901, which was to include a visit to Cleveland, to an encampment in the Grand Army of the Republic. He was a member of the Union veteran. McKinley stayed in Buffalo at the Milborne House. The large home of the explosion that President John G. Milburn. You know, I was just looking up something from Ephesians a moment ago, Sarah, in another window. That's synchronicity. Put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. In Jesus' name, amen. On Saturday, September 7, they were to travel to Cleveland and stay first at the home businessman, future Ohio Governor Myron Hendrick, a friend of the president, and then with McKinley's close friend and advisor, Ohio Senator Mark Hanna. Upon arrival in Buffalo, the presidential party was driven through the fairgrounds on the way to the Milburn House, pausing for a moment at the triumphal bridge at the explosion so the visitors could look up the fair's attractions. Amen, Sarah. While in Buffalo, McKinley had 2 days of events. On Thursday, September 5, he was to deliver his address and then tour the fair. The following day, he was to visit Niagara Falls, and on his return to Buffalo, meet the public at the Temple of Music on Exposition Grounds. Part of the reason for bringing McKinley repeatedly to the fair was swell the gate receipts. Popular president visit was heavily advertised. The public reception of the Temple of Music was disliked by his personal secretary George B. Cortelyou, who, concerned for the president's security, twice tried to remove it from the program. McKinley restored it every time. He wished to support the fair. He agreed with its theme of hemispheric cooperation, enjoyed meeting people, and was not afraid of potential assassins. When Cortelyou asked McKinley a final time to remove the events from the schedule, the president responded, "Why should I? No, no one will wish to hurt me." It's kind of, yeah. He had innocence. Cortelyou warned McKinley that many would be disappointed since the president would not have time to shake hands with all who would line up to meet him. Well, look who it is. It's Duke. Well, welcome, Duke. Good to see you. Yeah, shout out to the flamingos, the chickens, the buffaloes, and the aliens, and the spaceship, and the sun. Yeah, shout out to all of them. McKinley, that many would be disappointed since the president would not have time to shake hands with all who would line up to meet him. McKinley responded, "Well, they'll know I tried anyhow." Unable to persuade the president to alter his schedule, Cortelyou telegraphed to authorities in Buffalo asking them to arrange extra security. On the morning on the morning of Thursday, September 5, the fair gates were open at 6 a.m. to allow the crowds to enter early and seek good spots to witness the president's speech. The Esplende, the large space near the Triumphal Bridge where the president was to speak, was filled with fairgoers. The crowd overflowed into the nearby court of the fountains. Of the 116,000 fairgoers a day, about 50,000 are believed to have attended McKinley's speech. The route between Milburn House and the site of the speech was packed with spectators. McKinley's progress by carriage to the fair with his wife was accompanied by loud cheering. He ascended to stand overlooking the Esplende, and after brief introducing, Milburn began to speak. "Hey, Duke, I was watching the Trump speech earlier. I saw most of it, but there's parts of it I missed because I was getting this live stream together. And also, yesterday I was watching the RNC, and I have been doing things with the cats and stuff and watching trials. Hope you've been doing good. Everybody watching this, I was finished reading what I had to read in that paragraph before I started talking to Duke. For those that might be confused. All right. So, in his final speech, McKinley urged an end to American isolationism. He proposed trade agreements which would allow U.S. manufacturers new markets. The period of exclusiveness is past. The expansion of our trade and commerce is a pressing problem. Commercial wars are unprofitable. The crowd greeted his speech with loud applause. At his conclusion, the president escorted Ida McKinley back to her carriage, as she was to return to Milburn House while he saw the sights at the fair. McKinley toured the pavilions of other Western Hemisphere nations, attracting crowds and applauses wherever he went. He presided over Launchian in New York State Building, now Buffalo History Museum, and attended by invitation only reception at the government building. He was heavily guarded by soldiers and police, but still tried to interact with the public, encouraging those who tried to run him by noticing them. The bowing to a group of loud young popcorn sellers, he made an unscheduled stop for a coffee in Puerto Rican building before returning to Milburn House late afternoon. Yeah, waffles and maple syrup time. Yeah. This is the last photo of him. Yes, it's waffle and syrup time, and there's popcorn vendors on the street. Yes. Despite a Cordell U warning the organizers that she might not attend due to her delicate health, Ida McKinley had been present at. Yeah, okay, I read that. Okay, so Leon, gun in his pocket, had arrived early at the fair and was quite close to the podium. Before McKinley arrived, he considered shooting the president during his speech, but felt he could not be certain of hitting his target. Hey, there you go. Nothing new under the sun. He considered shooting the president during his speech, but felt he could not be certain hitting the target. He was also being jostled by the crowd. Leon had not made up his mind when McKinley concluded his speech and appeared behind security guards. Nevertheless, he attempted to follow McKinley as president began his tour of the fair, but was thrust back by officers. Leon saw no further chance at getting close to the president that day and returned to his 2 week rented room, his $2 a week rented room above the saloon. Karl Marx himself said history repeating itself was a farce. And Karl Marx is the one that said the path to hell is paved with good intentions. How ironic. Duke said peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. With a baseball bat. On the morning of Friday, September 6, 1901, McKinley, dressed formally as usual, then departed the Milburn house for strolling through the neighborhood. The president nearly slipped away unguarded when the police and soldiers noticed him leaving. They hurried after him. Leon also rose early with the intent of lining up the public reception at the Temple of Music. He reached the exposition gates at 8:30 a.m. in time to see the president pass his carriage en route to the train station for the visit to Niagara Falls. The McKinleys traveled by train to Lewiston, where they switched to trolleys to view the Niagara Gorge. When the party reached the Placity of Niagara Falls, they transferred to carriages to see the sights. The party rode halfway across the Honeymoon Bridge, overlooking the falls through McKinley, was careful not to enter Canada for reasons of protocol. It was a hot day, and Ida McKinley felt ill due to the heat. She was driven to International Hotel to await her husband, who toured Goat Island before joining his wife for lunch. After smoking a cigar or on the veranda, the president rode with his wife to the train, which now awaited them nearby, and saw her settled there before touring the hydroelectric plant at the falls. The train then returned to Buffalo so McKinley could attend the reception at the Temple Music. Ida McKinley had originally intended to accompany her husband the auditorium, but she also was not fully recovered. She decided to return to Milburn House to rest, as the time allotted for the reception had been pared down to the 10 minutes. The president did not expect to be separated from his wife long, as it was only 3:30 p.m. McKinley stopped for refreshments at the Mission Building before proceeding to the Temple Music. Oh yeah, I think top hats are so awesome. I mean, a JFK wore a top hat. Yeah, that was him. Yeah, shout out to the top hats. Yeah, they were so cool. Partially like our society, went away from these elegant things. President McKinley arriving at Temple of Music. When given the opportunity to host a public reception for the President McKinley, fair organizers chose to cite it in the Temple of Music. Louis L. Babcock, Grand Marshal of Exposition, regarded the building as an ideal for the purpose. The large auditorium was located close to the Esplanade in the heart of the fair and had doorways on each of its four sides. In addition to rows of chairs on the floor of the hall, it had spacious galleries. Babcock spent the morning of September 6 making some physical arrangements for the reception. Floor seating was removed to create a broad aisle running from the east doors through which the public would be admitted to where McKinley would stand. Once members of the public shook hands with McKinley, they would continue on the exit building. An American flag was draped behind the president, both to screen him from behind and the decoration. Several potted plants were arrayed around his place to create an attractive scene. Besides its unity for other purposes, the ornate building was one of the articular features of the fair. Architectural features of the fair. Considerable arrangements had been made for the president's security. Exposition police were stationed at the doors. Detectives from the Buffalo Police guarded the aisle. In addition, McKinley's usual Secret Service agent George Foster, two other agents had been assigned to Buffalo trip because Cordelew's security concerns. Babcock was made nervous by a joke at lunch in an exposition restaurant. The president might be shot during the reception. He had arranged for a dozen artillerymen to attain the exposition in full dress uniform, intending to use them as decoration. Instead, he had them stand in the aisle with instructions to close on any suspicious looking person who might approach the president. These men were not trained in police work and served to crowd the area in front of the president and obstruct views of the detectives. No, it's not detectives. It's detectivize. In Secret Service, at such events, Foster usually stood just to top left behind McKinley. Milburn wished to stand to McKinley's left to be able to introduce anyone he knew in the line of the president. Foster, another agent, instead stood across the aisle from McKinley. Hello, Mary. Good to see you. Throughout the afternoon, crowds had filled the floor outside the blockade the blocked off aisle and galleries, as well as wanting to see the president even if they could not greet him. McKinley arrived just on time, glanced at the arrangements, and walked over to his place, where he stood with Milburn on his left and Cortelyou on his right. The pipe organ began to play the Star Spangled Banner, as McKinley ordered, with Milburn on his left and Cortelyou on his right. The pipe organ began to play Star Spangled Banner, ordered the doors to be opened to admit those who had waited to greet him. The police let them in. McKinley prepared to perform his favorite part of the job. An experienced politician, McKinley could shake hands with 50 people per minute, gripping their hands first so as they both guide them pass quickly and prevent his fingers from being squeezed. Cortelyou anxiously watched the time. About halfway through the 10 minutes allotted, he sent word to Babcock to have the doors closed when the presidential secretary raised his hand. Seeing Cortelyou looking at his watch, Babcock moved towards the doors as reception continued. The organist played works by Johann Sebastian Bach. Synchronicity. One of our friends in the chat is named Johann. He's not here right now though. Shout to him. And I was looking at Bach's work earlier today, and I've been researching Bach and listening to his music, so that's more synchronicity. Shout out to Bach. The procession of the citizens shaking hands with their president was interrupted when 12-year-old Myrtle Ledger of Springbrook, New York, who was accompanied by her mother, asked McKinley for the red carnation he always wore on his lapel. The president gave it to her, then resumed work without his trademark "Good luck, peace." The Secret Service men looked suspiciously on a tall, swarthy man who appeared restless as he walked towards the president, but he shook hands with McKinley without incident and began to move towards the exit. The usual rule that those who approach a president must do so with their hands open and empty was not being enforced, perhaps due to the heat of the day, as several people were using handkerchiefs to wipe their brows. The man who followed the swarthy individual had his right hand wrapped as if injured. Seeing McKinley reach for his left hand instead, as the two men's hands touched at 4:07 p.m., Leon shot McKinley twice in the abdomen with a .32 Ivor Johnson revolver concealed under a handkerchief. So much hate. So much hate. As onlookers gazed in horror, as McKinley lurched forward a step, Leon prepared to take a third shot. He was prevented from doing so when James Parker, an American of African and Spanish descent from Georgia, who had been behind Leon in the line, slammed into the assassin reaching for the gun. A split second after Parker struck Leon, so did Buffalo Detective John Gary. Shout out to Gary, the snail, and one of the artillerymen, Francis O'Brien, Leon disappeared beneath the pile of men, some of whom were punching or hitting him with a rifle butts. He was heard to say, I done my duty." McKinley staggered backwards to the right, but was prevented from falling by Cortelyou, Milburn, and Detective Gary. They guided him across some fallen bunting to a chair. The president tried to convince Cortelyou he was not seriously injured, but blood was visible as he tried to expose his injury. Seeing the pummeling being taken by Leon, McKinley ordered it to stop. Leon was dragged away, but not before being searched by Agent Foster. When Leon kept turning his head to watch the president while being searched, Foster struck him to the ground with one punch. Yeah, this president was so nice and such a innocent-hearted person that he didn't want the guy that was trying to that assassinated him to be beat up. As onlookers gazed, yeah, I read that. So you see how Americans are different than some of these other groups. People, so America has, a good moralness to it, but you see a socialist anarch. As I said, there's anarchists that are not like this. A lot of them are just like, it's like an extreme version of libertarianism. But this anarchist was something different, similar to communism and socialism. So, I mean, we had socialists doing this stuff back in this time period. And before I go to Garfield, which I'm not going to read the whole thing for Garfield, I'm just going to give you a summary about it. I'm going to go to Sarah's question after I read this little part and about the Illuminati and Karl Marx. The ambulance carrying McKinley reached the exposition hospital at 4:25 p.m. Although it usually dealt only with minor medical issues of fairgoers, the hospital did have an operating theater at the time of the shooting. No fully qualified doctor was at the hospital, only nurses and interns. The best surgeon in the city and exposition medical director, Roswell Park, synchronicity because we're talking about aliens too, was in Nigeria. Yeah, yeah, a fact, Duke. Was Niagara Falls performing a delicate neck operation. This was done better than it was with Garfield because President Garfield, they were trying to like put their hands inside of him to get the bullets out of him, but they caused an infection with Garfield. But this guy, they had better technology, but he still was deleted anyway because of the injuries. Now, if these people were in our modern era, they would have been okay. They would have probably survived, but they didn't have the technology back then to do that. Delicate neck operation. When interrupted during the procedure on September 6th to be told he needs Buffalo, he responded that he could not leave. Even for the President of the United States, he was then told who had been shot. Parker, who 2 weeks later would save the life of a woman who suffered injuries almost identical to McKinley's. First physician to arrive at the hospital was Herman Meitner, whom President had met briefly the previous day. The wounded McKinley, who had a good memory for faces, joked that when he had met Meitner, he had not expected to need his professional services. As McKinley lay on the operating table, he stated that Leon, he didn't know, the poor fellow, what he was doing. He couldn't have known. It's kind of like what Jesus said, that they don't know what they're doing. Like, if they had known, like how we think, they wouldn't do what they do. Like if the Jews knew that Jesus was the Messiah, then they wouldn't have done that. So it's just people, like I was talking to Super D, like people were just like misguided, and Ronald Reagan said the same thing. And as I hypothetically in theory, there could be things we know or believe in that could be wrong hypothetically. Not that we're going to be like this, but everybody has errors. No one's perfect. But it's still wrong what the guy did to him, but he didn't know what he was doing. But the thing is that the socialists and the anarchists twisted the guy's mind. Similar to today, how we have the political left, how they're putting ideas in people's heads. And I don't know, they might the media might they needed, like, why, to influence the media to influence people to see that a president is bad to the point where they want to delete him. The nothing new under the sun. It seems like the media did what they did back then, what they're doing now. He was a socialist anarchist, like Antifa, and he went and deleted a president because he felt he was inferior. He felt that he was this person, that he was not privileged. Alright, so chat's saying some funny stuff. Unnecessary neck surgery, please. And DJ said, I'm with Duke. Make that too. Alright. Consider it done. Both y'all are going to have the neck surgery. Alright. Y'all are hilarious. And so, yeah, it's nothing new than what we've seen now. As McKinley lay on the operating table with Parks, unable, and with a fading afternoon light, the major source of illumination in the opening operating room, upon arrival another surgeon, Matthew D. Mann, the decision was made to operate at once to try to remove the remaining bullet. Meitner had given McKinley an injection of morphine and a syringe to ease his pain. Mann had noted gynecologist without experience in abdominal wounds, administrated ether to sedate McKinley as wounded man murmured the Lord's Prayer. For hundreds of years, abdominal gunshots wounds had meant death by gangrene or other infections, with doctors able to do little more than ease pain. Only 17 years previously, Emil Korcher, a Swiss surgeon, had been the first to successfully operate on a patient who had received such a wound. To increase the lighting, sunlight was reflected onto the wound by another physician. Towards the end of the surgery, an electric light was rigged. The hospital lacked basic surgical equipment such as retractors. Let's see. What is that? Retractors. Alright, so it's a hospital instrument. A retractor is a surgical instrument used to separate the edges of surgical incision wounds. It's to hold away certain organs and tissues so that the body parts underneath may be accessed during surgical operation. With McKinley in a weakened condition, man could do little probing of the wound to try to find the bullet. His work was complicated by the fact that President was obese. The surgeon made an incision in the president's skin and found and removed a small piece of cloth which was embedded in the flesh. He probed with his finger and hand, finding a damage to the digestive system. The stomach displayed both an entry and an exit wound. Man sewed up the hole in the organ but could not find the bullet itself. He concluded it had lodged in the president's back muscles. He later wrote, a bullet once it ceases to move does little harm. Well, that's a way to look at it. Professor Neck. It's merely a flesh wound. Lord ours. Hilarious, Duke. A primitive X-ray machine was on display at the fair but was not used on McKinley. Mann later stated that its use might have disturbed the patient and done little good. He used black silk thread to stitch the incision in the wound without drainage and covered area with a bandage. As operation concluded, Park arrived from Niagara Falls. He was unwilling to interfere, and at 5:20, McKinley was given another shot of painkiller and allowed to awaken. He was taken to Milburn House by the electric ambulance. The First Lady had been told the president shooting once the surgery was complete. The presidential physician, Presley M. Ritty, gently told her what had occurred. Ida McKinley took the news calmly. She wrote in her diary, "Went to Niagara Falls this morning. My dearest was receiving public hall on our return when he was shot by a leech." In her biography, President McKinley suggested the First Lady could not write the word anarchist. Kind of like cancel culture, or how you can't say certain words and certain words get censored. It's kind of like that. It's the same thing today. Within minutes of the shots, the news was conveyed around the world by telegraph wire. By telegraph wire. In time of the late newspaper editions in the United States, in the era before the radio, thousands stood in cities across the country outside newspaper offices awaiting the latest bulletin from Buffalo. Fears that McKinley would not survive the day of his shooting were allayed by resuming bulletins issued by Quarterly based on information from the doctors. Yeah, shout out to Emoji Art. Large, threatening crowds assembled outside Buffalo Police Headquarters where Leon was brought word that he had admitted to being an anarchist led to attacks on others of that belief was nearly lynched in Pittsburgh. You see the political violence that happened? It nearly turned to a civil war, and people were nearly hanged. And there's attacks on other people with those beliefs. So, as I said, that's why it's good that this country is having unity now. At Milburn House, McKinley seemed to be recovering on Saturday, September 7. McKinley was relaxed and controversial. His wife was allowed to see him, as was Cortelyou. The president asked his secretary, "How did they like my speech?" and was pleased on hearing of positive reactions. Meanwhile, Vice President Roosevelt, who had been in Vermont, much of the cabinet, Senator Hanna hurried to Buffalo. Cortelyou continued to issue to encourage bulletins. The president was permitted a few visitors and complained of loneliness. As this crisis seemed to have passed, degenerates started to leave on September 9. Confident the president's recovery, Roosevelt left for a vacation in the Adirondack Mountains. Yeah, those are some cool mountains. After expressing outrage that Leon might serve only a few years under New York state law for attempted murder, the maximum penalty for attempted deletion in New York at the time being 10 years. Attorney General Pellader Knox went to Washington searching for means to bring Leon under federal law. Secretary of State John Hay had been closely associated with two presidents to be assassinated. He had been Lincoln's secretary as close friend of James Garfield. He arrived on September 10, met at a station by Babcock with an account of the president's recovery. Hay responded that president would die, would be deleted. Hello, Kathy. Good to see you. Welcome. Glad you could join us. So, with this president, that was, because he didn't get deleted right away. It took some time for that to occur, but what happened was it got infected, and they could have saved him. They had the technology back then to do that, but they didn't have it at that specific place, and it just didn't really work out too well. But he did survive for quite a while, for a little while, I should say, not a long while. McKinley, biographer. But your dad was really into history. That's good. That's good. And, because Kathy, what I'm doing is I was reviewing on YouTube about other presidents that were assassinated. And, like, JFK and Abraham Lincoln were the ones that were talked about the most. But there's these other ones that are not mentioned, really. They got buried under the other ones, so I'm talking about those mainly. And also, I like history a lot, obviously, and that's cool that he liked it too. It's a very fascinating thing to study. Yeah, shout out to Duke with the emoji art. According to McKinley, biographer Margaret Leach, McKinley's apparent recovery was merely the residence of his strong body to his resist. Okay, according to McKinley's biographer Margaret Leach, McKinley's apparent recovery was merely the resistance of his strong body to the gangrene that was creeping along the bullet's track through the stomach and pancreas and one kidney. Well, that's cool, Duke. That's cool. Another X ray machine was sent from New Jersey by its inventor, Thomas Edison. It was not used on the president. Sources vary on why this was. Leach stated that the machine, which says was procured by Cortelyou and accompanied by a trained operator, was not used on orders of the doctors charge of McKinley's case. Miller recounts that doctors attempted to test it on a man about McKinley's size, but proved to be missing a crucial part, much to Edison's embarrassment. Yes, dreadful. Yes, dreadful. Absolutely. And it's unfortunate that these things happen, and hopefully, this country can have unity and to not be go down this rabbit hole of destruction. And I also because this situation, this was the McKinley came right before Roosevelt came in, because that was his vice president. And this McKinley was going to shake the guy's hand, and then he went and shot him in the in the oh, in the gut. And then what happened was they're beating the guy up, and he was telling them to stop doing that and to be easier on him, and he didn't know what he was doing. And also, I mean, it's absolutely very very sweet person, and they kept telling him he needed more security, but he wouldn't get the security. And the person, it's a name from Poland, and I learned how to say it, but I kind of forgot at the moment. It like through telepathy, maybe a portal must have done it. One of the and it got the piece of that out of my brain. So I have to go and look again how to pronounce that word, and I'll know it like by tomorrow. But basically, his first name was Leon. Exactly, he extended his hand for a shake and received a lesion. And also, he was an anarchist, a socialist, and this was before the Russian Revolution, like the communists in Russia. This was before that, so it's interesting. Right before, so they had people with those ideas like they had over there that were still trying to do that kind of stuff here. Yeah, so it's very unfortunate. And he was an immigrant, and he was from Poland, and he worked in a factory, and he was influenced by certain ideas and stuff. And yeah, it was just going down a bad rabbit hole. As I said, a lot of things mirror things that happen now. And let's see, McKinley had been given nutritive enemas. On September 11, he took some broth by mouth. When it seemed to do him good, the following morning they allowed him toast, coffee, and chicken broth. His subsequent pain was diagnosed as indigestion. He was given I don't know this word, purgatives Most doctors left after their evening consultation and early morning. On September 13, McKinley suffered a collapse. Urgent word to return to Buffalo was sent to Vice President Roosevelt, 12 miles from the nearest telegraph or the telephone in Adirondack Wilderness. A park ranger was sent to find him. Specialists were summoned, although at first some doctors hoped that McKinley might survive. With a weakened heart, by afternoon, they knew the case was hopeless. As yet unknown to the doctors, gangrene was growing on the walls of his stomach, and toxins were passing into his blood. McKinley drifted in and out of consciousness. All day when awake, he was a model patient. By evening, McKinley, too, knew he was being deleted. It is useless, gentlemen. I think we ought to have prayer. His friends and family were admitted, and the First Lady sobbed over him. I want to go too, I want to go. Too, her husband replied. We are all going. We are all going. We are all going. God's will be done, not ours. And with a final strength, put an arm around her. He may also have sung part of a favorite hymn, near my God to thee, which is very interesting because I was going to talk about the Titanic, and I talk about that often on the channel, and I was thinking of that, so that's another synchronicity. Yeah, Duke, it's really messed up, absolutely. That's what they said in the Titanic as it was sinking. Although other accounts have her singing it softly to him, Ida McKinley was led away, her place briefly taken to Senator Hannah. Morgan recounts their final encounter. Sometime that terrible evening, Mark Hanna had approached the bedside, tears standing in his eyes, his hands and head shaking in disbelief that 30 years of friendship could end thus. When a tentative, formal greeting gained no coherent response, Hannah cried out over the years of friendship, William, don't you know me? At 2:15 a.m. on Saturday, isn't that something? On a Saturday. September 14, 1901, President McKinley was deleted. At the time of McKinley's death, Roosevelt was on his return journey to Buffalo, racing over to the mountain roads by carriage to the nearest railroad station where a special train was waiting. When he reached the station at dawn to learn of McKinley's death, President Roosevelt took the oath of office about 3 p.m. that afternoon at Ashley Wilcox House in Buffalo. The oath was administered by the U.S. District Judge John R. Hazel. All right, so that is what happened to McKinley. And, you know, because in Russia, they deleted the entire royal family of Russia. These people, from the group, the people that were influenced by the ideology of this assassin, they deleted the royal family of Russia. And many people over there, in many churches and also synagogues were razed to the ground. They attacked both Jews and Christians and anybody else that didn't agree with them. So, and that was eventually would become the Soviet Union. So they're trying to do that here, what they're doing over in Russia. But thankfully, it didn't happen. Aftermath. An autopsy was performed Later that morning of McKinley's death, Mann led a team of 14 physicians. They found the bullet had passed through the stomach and then through the transverse colon. Transverse transverse colon and vanished through the peritoneum after penetrating a corner of the left kidney. There was also damage to the adrenal glands and pancreas. Mittner, who participated in the autopsy, later stated his belief that the bullet lodged somewhere in the back muscles, though his uncertain as it was never found. After 4 hours, Ida McKinley demanded that the autopsy end. A death mask was taken. The private service took place. I don't even know what a death mask is. Death mask is likeness of a person's face after their death, usually made taking cast of impression of the corpse. Death masks may be mementos to the dead. Interesting. By creation of portraits. I did not know that. So they had the private service, and he was very well liked. Rest in peace. In a better place now. And as I said, this is his eyes. It just looks insane. And Sarah's question. Okay, let's see. We're going to put the tinfoil hats on for a moment here. Shout out to the Spaceship Cats. And we're going to look up this thing about Illuminati America. All right, this is some conspiracy theory stuff. All right, Illuminati is a name given to the several groups, both fictitious and historically. The name refers to Bavarian Illuminati, an Enlightenment-era secret society founded on May 1, 1776 in Bavaria. Today part of Germany, the society's started goals were oppose superstition, obscurantism, I don't know what that is, religious influence over public life, and abuse of state power. Let's see. Anti-intellectuals stuff. Okay. The order of the day, they wrote in their general status, is to put an end to the machinations of the purveyors of injustice, to control them without dominating them. Illuminati, along with Freemasonry and other secret societies, were outlawed by the edict of Charles Theodore, Elector of Bavaria, the encouragement of the Catholic Church, in 1784 to all the way to 1790. During the subsequent years, the group was generally vilified by conservative and religious groups who claimed that it was underground and were responsible for the French Revolution. So they believe that this group had something to do with the French Revolution and also with Marxism, because French Revolution and Marxism were kind of like inspired by each other, in my opinion. Adam Weiss Shopot. That's not Shopot. It's one. I don't know how to say it. Weiss Shopped. I could try to say that word all night, but it's a German name, sort of. Okay, Sarah, understood. Kathy's my friend from Law and Crime chat, from the trials I watch. Cool people. It could be Weishaupt. That's possible. That may be a way to say it. My last name's a German name too. But yeah, Weishaupt makes sense. We're gonna go with that. Let's see. When did they come to America? I don't really have information on this. Let's see. Weishaupt. Hopf. Oh. All right. So the Illuminati came out in 1776. All right. So that's to answer your question, Sarah. And the let's see, the French Revolution was. Okay, the French Revolution happened May 5, 1789. So, and it's speculated the Illuminati may have had something to do with this. And also, the. You're welcome, Sarah. Welcome, Sarah. The revolutions in Russia happened in 1917, and so forth. So that to answer your question, Sarah, those are the dates. The Communist Manifesto was published in London in 1848. So, so that's when the Communist Manifesto was published. It was so the Illuminati came out before the book was published. All right. So there you go, Sarah, to answer your question. All right. So next, I'm going to talk about Garfield. The assassination. All right. Hey, James Garfield, the 20th president of the United States, was shot at Baltimore and Potomac Railroad Station in Washington, D.C. at 9:30 a.m. on Saturday, July 2, 1881. He was deleted in Elberon, New Jersey, 2.5 months later on September 19, 1881, The shooting occurred less than 4 months into his term as president. Charles J. Guteu was convicted of Garfield's deletion and executed by hanging year after the deletion. I don't know if I'm saying this right. Guteu had turned to politics after the failing in several ventures, including theology, a law practice, bill collecting, and spending time in the utopian Oneida community. So the person that was the assassin was nuts. Okay, so I'll show you what this guy looks like. Look at this dude's eyes. Look how this guy looks crazy, like the other one. And his eyes say it all. Yeah, and he was in a utopian community. In this utopian community, they believed that they were washed of all their sins, and they could do all kinds of sinful things with each other because they're free of sin. So it's like they could do anything they want and get away with it badge. And I remember at school we studied about the utopian societies. That's kind of like communism and stuff like that. It's a utopian ideology in socialism. You see, look, it says the socialism in America, socialism in the United States. Hey, this is another one that was trying to do this. Yeah, it is creepy. It's similar to the other one that assassinated. What's his name? McKinley. It's another from the same ideology. Yeah. It's just as I said, in Russia they did the same thing, but these people are nuts. I'll read this to y'all briefly. This is kind of crazy, so y'all brace yourselves. So, viewer discretion would be advised. Although everybody's adults here, and this is stuff it's going to sound kind of nuts. This is the society the guy was in. Yeah, it is creepy, Amanda. Absolutely. And I remember we studied a lot about these utopian societies. There's all kinds of them. There's multiple of them. Charles Manson, for instance, he was a utopian society group, and Chad Daybell, although he was with his new wife, that he was a utopian society too. So those are some examples of them. The Oneida community was perfectionist religious communal society founded by John Humphrey Noyes and his followers in 1848 near Oneida, New York. The community believed that Jesus had already returned in AD 70, making it possible for them to bring about Jesus' millennial kingdom themselves and be perfect and free of sin in the world, not just in heaven. A belief called perfectionism. Oneida community practice communalism, sense of communal and property possessions. DJ, I don't mean to be a fact checker here, but are we sure these eyes are creepy or not sexy? Well, DJ, everything is an opinion, as the Stoic philosophers say, and beauty's in the eye of the beholder. So it just would depend on the person viewing it. Hilarious. And communalism, we have this right here. An intentional community, voluntary residential community, which designated to have a high degree of social cohesion and teamwork. The members of an intentional community typically hold common social, political, religious, or spiritual visions and typically share responsibilities. And like everything is like shared, and everything is like owned by the society. There's no private property, and everything is like equal. But it sounds like a good idea, but it's actually maybe not the best idea. And like one group just gets everything, and it's like you have like a form of feudalism, but it's called something else. And it's very clever marketing. They're very clever at marketing things. The community's original 87 members grew to 172 by February 1850, 208 by 1852, and 306 by 1878. There were smaller Niocean communities in Wallingford, Connecticut, Newark, New Jersey, Putney, and Cambridge, Vermont. The branches were closed in 1854, except for Wallingford branch, which operated until 1878 tornado devastated it. The Oneida community dissolved in 1881, covering itself to a joint stock company. This eventually became Silverware Company, largest in the world. That's funny, dude. Amanda says, tonight has been awesome. Aside from kitchen lights stop working, hopefully someone comes to fix it tomorrow. Are you having a nice night? So they practiced communalism, and they had a sense of communal property and possessions. They had group marriage, male sexual contendants, onidia scripture. So they had, what this means is also known as sexual I don't know this word, continence. It's a form of sexual intercourse in which male does not attempt to, it's graphic, everybody, ejaculate within his partner, avoiding seminal emission. Alright, so just a bunch of weirdness, and they had a scripture. But this is basically what communism was supposed to be, according to Marx and Engels. This is what it was supposed to like. That's how it would happen in theory. And this is their society. It's real creepy. And as I said, they did all kinds of sinful things because they believed that Jesus already came. So it's like Jesus comes and everybody could just be sinful. It doesn't make any sense. The guy actually came here to stop sinning. He didn't want people to sin anymore. It's actually the opposite. Even though the community only reached a maximum population of about 300, it had a complex bureaucracy of 27 standing committees, 48 administrative sections. All community members were expected to work, each according to their abilities. Like Karl Marx has a quote: "Each to their abilities, each according to their abilities, each according to their needs." Women tended to do many of the domestic duties, although more skilled jobs tended to remain with individual member. The financial manager, for example, held his post throughout life in the community. Community members rotated through more unskilled jobs, working in the house, in the field, various industries. The Oneida thrived. It also began to hire outsiders to work these positions. These were major employers in the area with approximately 200 employees by 1870. Palm frowned. And they believed a system of free love. Let's see. All right. And so, yeah, that's basically about what this guy was in. So, the assassin of President Garfield was in this creepy utopian society. Yeah, tune is very good, bro. Awesome. Well, that's a great blessing. That's awesome. All right. Glad that y'all are here with me. I appreciate y'all very much. So he had turned to politics after failing in several ventures, including theology, a law practice, bill collecting, and spending time in a utopian owned Edea community. Former President Ulysses S. Grant was the early frontrunner of the Republican presidential nomination in 1880 and was supported by stalwart faction Gutia Guteu became a stalwart and Grant supporter and authored a speech, Grant against Hancock. Yeah, so what this that guy did was Grant would, well, not Grant, but the dude that was going to go and Charles that was going to go and delete him. He wrote a speech for Grant, but the other guy won, so he had to like change the whole thing to fit with the other one, with Garfield. When Grant lost the nomination to dark horse candidate James A. Garfield, who is not affiliated with either stalwarts or their rivals, the half-breeds Gutia revised his speech to Garfield against Hancock and tried to sign as a campaigner for the Republican ticket. He never delivered the speech in a public setting, but had it printed. He never paid the bill and distributed several hundred copies. The speech was ineffective, even in written form, among other problems. Gutia had made a hurried but incomplete effort to replace references to Grant with references to Garfield. The result was that Charles appeared to give Garfield credit for accomplishments that he had originally ascribed to Grant, yet he convinced himself that his speech was largely responsible for Garfield's narrow victory over Democratic nominee Winfield Scott Hancock. Gutia believed he should be awarded a diplomatic post for his supposedly vital assistance for asking for a consulship in Vienna, then expressing willingness to settle for one in Paris. He loitered around Republican headquarters in New York City during winter of 1880 to to 1881 rather, expecting reward from his speech, but no avail. Yeah, this is him. The assassin. He's an odd one. He arrived in Washington, D.C. on March 5, 1881, the day after Garfield's inauguration. Still believing that he would be rewarded, he obtained an entrance to the White House and saw President on March 8, 1881, dropping off a copy of his speech as a reminder of the campaign work. Which he had done on Garfield's behalf. And he spent the next 2 months roaming around Washington, staying in a roaming houses and sneaking away without paying his meals and lounging. He passed his days littering in hotel lobbies and read old newspapers. Kathy says, speaking of smells, skunks are hanging outside my window tonight. I think skunks are adorable, but it's getting rough. Oh, that really is tedious, Kathy. That sounds like it would be really cringe, as I say. And I think that with skunks, they are cute. I do agree, but I've never smelled a skunk, thankfully. I don't know if in my life I've seen one. If it was when I was very little. But no, I've never, there's no skunks around here. I've seen bunnies. I've seen rabbits here. Besides the raccoons and possums, but I've not seen skunks. Yeah. So that does sound annoying. And he was writing letters to those who he thought could help him obtain an appointment from Garfield. In addition, he spent time shuffling back and forth between State Department and the White House and approaching various cabinet members and prominent Republicans to press his claim, all without success. So he was trying to get up there and be get credit and be something in that group, in his Garfield's group, but he wasn't. Guteu was destitute and increasingly slovenly because he was wearing the same clothes every day and would walk through the cold, snowy city without an overcoat, hat, gloves, or boots. On May 13, 1881, he was banned from the White House waiting room. The following day, he encountered Secretary of State James J. Blaine, who told him, "Never speak to me again on the Paris consulship as long as you live." Oh yeah, Kathy. Yeah, something must have frightened it. Because that's why they do that, because they're trying to have a defensive odor. Because something's trying to cause them to have a problem. Yeah, so yeah, I do wonder what could have caused that. But. And was there any noises you heard? Like any rustling of any, like, bigger animals around? I'm just curious, Kathy. Gutierrez's family had judged him to be insane in 1875 and attempted to have him committed, but he had escaped. Now his mania took a violent turn, and he decided that he had been commanded by a higher power to delete the president. He later stated, "I leave my justification to God." And so we have this situation where you have he has voices in his head, and he has a straw man to go, "Oh, it's time to delete the president because a higher power told me to do it." It just God didn't tell him to do that. Kathy Smith says, "Might have been a cat. I was sleeping, then smelled it." Oh, okay, Kathy, thank you. Yeah, shout out to the skunks and shout out to the cats. Earlier, Bowles' brother, some call him Sugar, some call him Pootie, and he got to eat earlier. And also the possums ate earlier too. Yeah, that really, and it's unfortunate that you have to deal with that because the stench, that's not nice. Guteo, I'm saying his name wrong. Gut AU borrowed a $15 gun equivalent to pew pew, we call it, equivalent to a 470 $470 in 2023 from George Maynard, relative by marriage, then went out to purchase a revolver. Yeah, shout out to all the critters. Skunk tacos. O. Mara's store, Washington, provided a choice between two versions: the .442 Welby caliber British Bulldog revolver, one with a wood grip and another with an ivory grip. He favored ivory because he thought that it would look better as a museum exhibit after the assassination, but could not afford the extra dollar, so the store owner dropped the price for him. The handgun was recovered and displayed by Smithsonian early 20th century, but it has since been lost. Guteo, Gut AU spent the next few weeks stalking Garfield in a target practice. The recoil kick from the pew pew almost knocked him over the first time it fired it. He wrote in a letter to Garfield saying that he should fire Blaine, or you and the Republican Party will come to grief. The letter was ignored and was all the correspondence that Guteu sent to the White House. Hilarious, Kathy. Yeah, facts, DJ. I agree. Yeah, critter power, critter lives matter. Facts. Yeah, credit power. Yu Teu continued to prepare carefully, and he wrote a letter to William Tecum Se. I probably said that wrong. Sherman, William Sherman, in commanding general of the army, asking for protection from the mob that he assumed would gather after he deleted the president. And he wrote other letters justifying his action as necessary to heal decision between the factions of the Republican Party. He went to the District of Columbia jail, asked for tour of a facility where he expected to be incarcerated, but he was told to come back later. He spent the whole month of June following Garfield around Washington. On the occasion, Ute Au trailed Garfield on the railway station as he was seeing his wife, Lou Setia. Garfield, off the bench, resorted to Long Branch, New Jersey. He decided not to shoot the president then, as Lou Serietia was known to be poor in health, and he did not want to upset her. Kathy says, "Can't imagine trying to name to make a name for oneself by deleting another human being." Now I know Kathy because I was saying earlier, like there's other ways people can make a name for themselves, but like people trying to go and delete other people to make a name for themselves, like the Columbine shootings and stuff, and other trials that we've seen. Also, as you very well know, that people just they have so much hate, and they're evil, and they're just satanic monsters, and they think that's the only way they make a name for themselves. They made a name for themselves, but not in a good way. So absolutely agree. Facts. All right, it's pretty cool. Tonight we got 40 views. Shout out to all of you. Garfield was scheduled to leave Washington on July 2, 1881 for his summer vacation, which was reported in Washington newspapers. And Charles, which is the assassin, lay in wait for him in Baltimore and Potomac Railroad Station on southwest corner of 6th Street, Constitution Avenue, NW in Washington. Garfield came to the station on his way to the alma mater, Williams College, where he was scheduled to deliver a speech before beginning his vacation. He was accompanied by son James and Harry, by the Secretary of State James B. Blaine, Secretary of War Robert Todd Lincoln, waited at the station for him off. Garfield had no bodyguard or secretary detail. Early presidents did not employ them, with the exception of Abraham Lincoln during the Civil War. As Garfield entered the station waiting room, Yu Teu stepped forward and shot the president at point blank range from behind. Garfield cried out, "My God, what is that?" Flinging his arms, Charles fired again, and Garfield collapsed. The first bullet grazed the president's shoulder, and the other struck him in the back, passing the first lumbar vertebrae, but missing the spinal cord before coming to rest behind the pancreas. And then the assassin put his gun back in his pocket and turned to leave via a cab that he had waiting for him outside the station, but he collided with policeman Patrick Kearney, who was entering the station after hearing the gunfire. Which is really I'm supposed to say pew pew fire. Absolutely, Kathy. He certainly is. Absolutely. And Kearney apprehended the assassin and was so excited at having arrested the man who had shot the president that he neglected to take the pew pew from him until after they arrived at the police station. Kearney demanded, in God's name, "Man, what did you shoot the president for?" The assassin responded, "I am a stalwart and want Arthur for president." The rapidly gathering crowd screamed, "Lynch him, lynch him, lynch him." But Kearney and several other police officers took the assassin to the police station a few blocks away. He surrendered to authorities. The assassin uttered the exulting words repeated everywhere: "I am stalwart of the stalwarts. I did it. I want to be arrested. Arthur is president now." The statement briefly led to an unfounded suspicion that earlier Vice President Chester Arthur or his supporters had put the assassin up to the crime. Stalwarts were a Republican faction loyal to Senator Roscoe Conkling. They supported Grant for a third term in 1880 and strongly opposed Blaine's half-breeds. Garfield was unaffiliated with either faction, but Blaine had given his support to Garfield once it became clear Blaine could not win the presidential nomination. Arthur Conkling ally had been selected as Garfield's running mate to placate the stalwart faction, as self-professed stalwart Gautier convinced himself by removing Garfield he was striking a blow to unite the two factions of the Republican Party. But this guy was a crazy person that was in a socialist dystopian cult. He went and he wrote a speech for the president, Grant, but it became Garfield. And then after Garfield came in and he did stuff, he wanted to be involved with the administration as a French consulate, but they didn't let him do it, and he wanted revenge, and he justified in his head that God told him to do something, and he wanted to reunite the Republican Party, and if this was like a trial, we would see a lot of holes in the narrative here because, he was rejected because they wanted him to, he wanted to be involved, but they didn't want him involved. He made a bunch of threats. Then he justifies his actions by saying that God wanted him to do it. Because if you look at Christianity, it would tell him not to do that, actually. But also another problem is he wanted to unite the Republican factions. But this is something that just came later. There's so many, straw men here. It's like he's trying to blame this psychopathic person is trying to blame other people in other situations, but not taking responsibility for his own actions. And this guy's real tough because he was going to go leave in his cab. Like he's some of, like a badass. Like he's going to go in his, I know I said a curse word, but in a situation I felt was necessary. And he was going to go in his cab like a tough dude. And you thought he was cool, but not true. It's a coward, as Kathy said. Garfield was carried to an upstairs floor of the railway station, conscious but in shock. One bullet remained lodged in his body, but doctors could not find it. Robert Lincoln was deeply upset, thinking back to the assassination of his father, Abraham Lincoln, 16 years earlier. He said, "How many hours of sorrow I have passed in this town." He would again be near the presidential assassination 20 years later when President William McKinley was assassinated. 3 American presidents. This guy needs to stay far away from all of us. It's like 3 presidential assassinations. And also, in the video, the guy made a joke that they should have sent this guy over to Germany to meet the Hitler when he was a kid to prevent him from coming to power. So, President is a joke, but it would make sense. President William McKinley was killed at Pan American Exposition in Buffalo, which Robert was attending. That's very good, Amanda. It sounds very tasty. Garfield was carried back to the White House, and doctors told him he would not survive the night. Nevertheless, he remained conscious and alert. The next morning, his vital signs were good, and doctors began to hope the recovery. A long vigil began. Garfield's doctor issued regular bulletins that the American public followed closely throughout the summer of 1881. Garfield's condition fluctuated. Fevers came and went, and he struggled to keep down a solid food, and he spent most of the summer eating only liquids. Navy engineers rigged up air cooler to relieve Garfield from the heat. I didn't know they had that back then. Of Washington summer. Fans blew air over a large box of ice and into the president's sick room. And the device worked well enough to lower the temperature to 20 degrees Fahrenheit. Wow. Well, I think we all can agree that we would rather have these fans that blow on ice, because they made it 20 degrees in the room with a block of ice and a fan. Well, I think we all would want one of those in our houses because it can be pretty hot in the summer. Amanda says, "Alien, I'm sure the hot sauce you'd make with your peppers would be better homemade. Everything is always better. Everything homemade will always be better." Oh, Amanda, exactly. I'm glad that, mentioned my peppers. Yeah, the peppers are really good, and a hot sauce with the peppers will be very good. And we're kind of doing some different things right now, but that's something that I'll do, in the near future. But yes, absolutely. Garfield was carried back to the White House, and doctors told him he would not survive the night. Nevertheless, he remained conscious and alert. Next morning, his vital signs were good, and doctors began hope for recovery. Long vigil began, and Garfield's doctors issued regular bulletins that the American followed closely throughout the summer of 1881. And I read that already. I'm reading up. Yeah, so basically what happened was they were going to go operate on him, but they used their hands. They didn't use any kind of gloves, so his wounds got infected, and he passed away from infection. But if they had the kind of technology we have now, he would have survived. But even back then, if they would have been, had him without their hands, without their hands having problems, being, with all the stuff on it, they would have done better, saving his life probably. But in this time period, they didn't have the technology. And the people at this time, this was before McKinley, No, this was after McKinley. So they had better technology in this situation. I think if I'm getting the dates right. Yeah, but continuing reading. So I don't want to get myself mixed up here. So I might be getting him mixed up with McKinley. I might be. Let's see. Okay, this is not the one I'm talking about. Okay, so this was in 1881, and yeah, in 1881. Yeah. So let's do that again. I'm just kind of learning about this stuff. All right, I was right. All right. So this one happened before McKinley. This happened in 1881. So they didn't have the technology, but back in McKinley's time, they had the technology was a little bit better because they were in 1901. This is 1881, so the technology wasn't as good, and they were infected, so they got his wounds infected, and they were looking on the wrong side of his back for the bullet. And he said they were kind of clueless, these people, because they didn't really like have the technology we do now. And here it is, 20 degrees. Doctors continue to probe Garfield's wounds with unsterilized fingers and instruments, attempting to find bullets. And Alexander Graham Bell devised a metal detector specifically to find it. So he created a metal detector out of nowhere to find it. He was unsuccessful, partially because Garfield's metal bed frame made the instrument malfunction, and partially because self-appointed chief physician Dr. Willard Bliss allowed Bell to use device only on Garfield's right side, and Bliss instead the bullet had lodged. Bell's subsequent tests indicate his metal detector was in good working order, and that he would have found the bullet had he been to use the device on Garfield's left side. Hey, Bubbles. You came to tell us hello? Bubbles the white cat is here, everybody. Yeah, they looked on the wrong side, and they used a metal detector to find it, but they couldn't find it. So you got this man that came out of nowhere in the room with some contraption metal detector. They want to see you, Bubbles. They want to see you. Come on. And you, when Bubbles comes up the cat, I don't like pick him up because one time he had he got nervous and then he scratched me. So, but he doesn't mind being on camera. He just doesn't like being picked up on camera because he gets nervous. On July 29, Garfield met with his cabinet for for only time during his illness. The members were under strict instruction from the doctors not to discuss anything unsettling. Oh, also, I'm wearing an alien shirt, by the way. I kind of like forgot to mention. Yeah, this is Bubbles. Shout out to Bubbles. Also, my alien shirt. Yeah, so basically, with this president, they're looking on the wrong side, and the people didn't know what they were talking about. Like, they didn't know what they were doing, and he died because of he was deleted because of the infections. Yeah, and that's my alien shirt. No intelligent life form detected. Yeah, yeah, so sweet. Yeah, he's very sweet. All right, I'll make it bigger. All right, go to this one briefly for a moment. All right, y'all could see it better and see him better. Moving something around. Okay. Yeah, yeah. See, yeah. Shout out to Bubbles, Pootie, Sugar. Thanks, Kathy. It's from Walmart, Amanda. Yeah. So Bubbles got the attention he wanted. Yeah, because what happened with Bubbles that one night was that he got scared. Well, this is what I did. I picked him up and put up to the camera, and I was doing with a caller. It's also a call-in show sometimes, and the cat had like this nervous breakdown. Well, not a nervous breakdown. The cat just got a little nervous, and it scratched my back, and he ran off. He got shy. So yeah, so I just have him on my lap and put the camera towards him. I don't go and do the other thing. Right. And Garfield's condition worsened under the oppressive summer in Washington. Garfield was taken by train to Elebron, then part of the Long Branch at the Jersey Shore, where volunteers built a spur line overnight from the station Franklin Cottage, a seasoned mansion given over to his use. The intent was to help the president escape Washington heat and humidity. Oh, Amanda, that sounds annoying. I hate when that happens. At Walmart, they sell. When I was in Mississippi during Katrina, they had this. We didn't hunt, but they had these very nice, like mossy oaks camouflage clothes, and I love that because it was like it was very accurate camouflage because it was like pictures of trees and shrubbery and stuff on those things. So I like Walmart things from Walmart too. Yeah. So and he eventually passed away. Kathy says, "I have a previously feral cat. She she's lived with me for 10 years. She's a sweet girl now, but does not want to be picked up ever." Oh yeah, Kathy, we have cats that are like that here. Bubbles is not like feral, but he's kind of like he's kind of spooky. He gets kind of he gets kind of nervous. But Chester, he's kind of feral because he does not like being picked up. He has a panic attack. That cat really is a problem. It's just that Bubbles was camera shy. But yeah, so basically with the we've had cats like that before too, and that's good that you have that cat. Sounds very sweet. Yeah, DJ, exactly. Yeah. A part of this assassin's brain is on display in the Mutar Museum in Philadelphia. All right. And other stream, I'll talk about the other presidents. All right. Yeah, a shout to the Ferals. Oh, absolutely. All right. So basically, I'll talk about Titanic a little bit briefly. So basically, this is the Titanic blueprint. And what happened was, which I've talked about this before. See? Eh. Basically, yeah. So basically, the front part, the with if four compartments were breached, the ship would be okay. But if five compartments were breached, the ship wouldn't be okay. So they thought it was unsinkable because if it hit something small, it would be okay and would still be able to go around. But what happened was the five of them were breached because when the iceberg, they hit it directly. They didn't try to hit it directly. They tried to miss it, and they scraped a gigantic gap in the center. In not the center, but the side of it. So basically, with the Titanic, the flaw was not put the flood compartments all the way up. So, and they didn't put a lot of lifeboats on for people on board. Similar like with the Titan submersible, how they didn't build it right because they were overconfident in its ability and they didn't take safety precautions. That's what they did with this one, and also there are some binoculars they have, that they were using to try to go and see the thing, but they didn't see the iceberg because they didn't have the key to unlock the room that has the binoculars on board. Well, yeah, absolutely, DJ. I agree. Oh yeah, because they took away the lifeboats on it. It's like it's absolutely cringe what they did with the lifeboats because they took them away because they thought that the ship would look ugly and it would look better if they didn't have lifeboats. But when they did that, it caused a problem because there wasn't lifeboats for people to be on board. If it would have crashed into the iceberg, it would have been a better situation. It wouldn't have sunk. But the other way around, it was not considered in its design. Like they thought they were going to hit something, but they saw something and tried to miss it. That's not what it was made to do. And yeah, so the lifeboats they thought that they're like ugly looking. Yeah, so it's real goofy. And with the debris field of the Titanic, you'll have like a then the debris field. There's an angel, a bronze angel, from the grand staircase, and there's like suitcases and shoes and belongings scattered all over the seafloor. That's what they'll find, and the the stern was completely ruined, the back part, and then the bow was alright. It was just kind of buried into the sand. And also, I built a. For some of you that don't know, I built a Titanic model, like a little small one. And at school, I would have the blueprints on me. It wasn't like these kind of blueprints, but it was like the instruction manual. I used to like to, look at it and stuff. It was pretty cool. So I remember when I put all these pieces together on it, it was really nice. Yeah, I think what she's saying. Didn't they want to give more deck space for first class passengers also? Yeah, absolutely. And it's really cringe. Like, especially it seems like from like the James Cameron movie, they're favoring the people, the first class passengers more than the other people, and they wanted to give them an opportunity to get off the ship first. It seems so. Yeah, definitely, and also the food. One time when Stranded was on, she's like sleeping right now, but she comes on the Friday ones. There's a lot of food. Like there's different types of food they had in the different classes. It was actually pretty healthy in the lower classes, but like the ones in the first class had some pretty interesting things in there. So yeah, I could see where like it's not like say in America you could it's whatever you could pay for. Like in this one, it was like kind of like a segregation thing with what classes. Yeah, like someone in first class couldn't see someone in second class, or be kind of difficult. Like in Titanic, they showed the different classes seeing each other, but then it's kind of like, you know, they're kind of sort of segregated. And they have made some horrid reproductions of the. There's a North Korean Titanic movie, Kathy, and it's a cartoon, and it's the woman falls in love with a mouse, and a squid takes down the Titanic. Isn't that just weird? And it's a cartoon, and then some you have some pretty messed up ones. Like there's Titanic 666, which is a movie about how like why they will go and these vloggers are going to the second Titanic. It's a very disgraceful movie because it's insulting to the people that perished on it. And this woman does witchcraft and like the bottom of the not in the bottom of it in a room where they have like a museum, and they do this witchcraft stuff, and then they bring back the zombies from the Titanic sinking, and they attack the passengers on the second Titanic, and it's really insulting to the people that perished on there. And I wouldn't think they would be ugly zombies. So that is really creepy. And in the beginning of the that Titanic movie, in 666 one, they show a scene where like the Captain Smith, the violin band, and Jack and Rose, but as zombies. It's real creepy. And yeah, the North Korean one's creepy too. Well, I'll show you all the North Korea Titanic. And the Nazis made a Titanic movie discussing the British classism, and like, it was propaganda against Britain because of World War II. You see, I'm not joking. You see, look, see that's the giant octopus sinking the Titanic. Yes, Kathy, very creepy for sure. Yeah, and that's the mouse. Yeah, Amanda. And as I said, this is really a triggering. And yeah, this is the Titanic 666. And yeah, they're making there's these are the passengers that perished, and they're depicting them that come back on the second Titanic as zombies to attack the people there as revenge. In my opinion, they would not be horrible zombies like this. They would look like they did when they were on Earth because they were not evil people, and they're not. They wouldn't look like that. They would be in a heavenly state. And the captain of the Titanic is this black lady right here. Just they chose that as the captain of the Titanic of this movie. That's the captain right there, and that lady, the blonde lady, right here, that's the vlogger that's going on the Titanic. That's like, and you know what she says in the beginning of the movie? She's like, "Oh my God, we're going on Titanic." Yeah, I know they don't know what it means exactly, and so the woman, this other lady, the red-haired lady, she does like witchcraft on the Titanic to bring back the spirits, but it would just be a satanic counterfeit. It wouldn't even really be the passengers. It would just they're doing witchcraft, so you're going to bring demonic entities there. So they're not really even the people that perished on it. They're just they're disguised to cause terror, and that's the captain. And this is just horrible. Oh yeah, Kathy, it's a very creepy experience. And Kathy, people that were about to board the Titanic had nightmares about it before they boarded the Titanic, and they decided not to go. So they had some people that purchased tickets to the Titanic, and they had nightmares about it sinking. So they canceled their tickets. So you're not the only one. And there's a story of this mother with her kittens, and something like, I'm paraphrasing it. They got she her and her kittens left the Titanic when it docked in Ireland, and she must have known it was going to sink. Amanda, yeah. For reals. This is the woman that does the witchcraft on the ship. And that's a Titanic underwater. This is a colored photo of the Titanic. I think it looks very. It's a beautiful ship. I really think it's a beautiful ship. And that they were going to make a Titanic 2, but they just never have done it yet with the Australian billionaire, but he never did it. Remember, like in 2013, they were talking about it. Yes. Yeah, so such a grand ship, and the grand staircase is really nice. And as I said, with James Cameron, he said that he is going to take a submersible and he's going to go down there and he's going to prove to everybody that you can go there with a safely built submersible. Because with Stockton Rush, he was full of nonsense, and he didn't listen to advice and like what's how to build a submersible. So what James Cameron did was he announced that he's going to go back to Titanic to prove that you could do it, and he did excellent with his submersible. But with the submersible that Stockton Rush, he got a garbage can or a hot water heater, and he puts a wireless USB control in there and a screen, and that was it. Like in theory, I think like a UFO or something, or like some sort of thing that's built a little bit differently would have handled the pressure better than a hot water heater. Yeah, DJ, it's really weird. You'll definitely see weirdness from that. Absolutely, it's something you wouldn't forget. You'd see how odd people can be. And Bubbles knows that there's people here, and there's people talking and stuff, so he wants to be involved with the attention. Oh, Sarah, there's AI photos of Titanic. Here are AI photos of Titanic. Uh oh. This is us on Titanic, because we're aliens. Here's another one. Oh, Amanda, and what I said before back a year ago when we were discussing, a year ago this time, we were discussing Stockton Rush's Titanic submersible, that his submersible looks like a hot water heater. And it's a joke that you're gonna get a hot water heater and bring it down to the Titanic. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like that's kind of like a modern Titanic. Yeah, that's really cool. Yes, it is. Absolutely. I agree. Kathy said it's sad there's no way that poor thing could stand up to the water pressures at that depth. Oh yeah, Kathy, and it's a horrid loss of life. It's unfortunate that they perished, and it would have been better if it could have been built differently. Yeah, this is James Cameron's submersible. Look how different it looks. Like, and here's a comparison with Stockton Rush's submersible. All right. So Kathy says, no, yeah, Kathy was talking to Sarah. Amanda asks me, Alien, do you know if there are other missions they went down that far? Well, if you're referring to James Cameron's mission to Titanic, yeah, they there's other people that went to Titanic too, also since the '80s. And if you're referring to something else, it can be a little bit more clear. But yeah, so like since the '80s, they were going to Titanic, and they were successful dives every single time. One person had a problem where they got caught on some wire from the Titanic, but they got off. But like yeah, so so submersible diving can be done safely if you build it correctly, like with a live stream or something. It's like if you do everything correctly, it's gonna go right. Like before I go live, I put it in the right network. Now there's some factors I can't control sometimes, but and then here we are. It's chilling. So it depends. Oh, Alien, do you know if they're? Oh, oh, okay, okay, all right. Oh, okay, yes, they did. They did go to Titanic a couple of times with that submersible. Yes, I'll show you. Okay, Sarah, I will. All right, so this is when the Titan went down to the Titanic successfully. I went there a couple of times, but it was buckling. It was making creaking noises. And when it was in the Bahamas, they said they heard creaking noises in the submersible and it needed to be checked out. and that was his wear and tear. But it did make some successful dives there, yes. Yeah, it was wear and tear, but if it was built like how James Cameron built his submersible, it would not have been imploded. That's the common denominator. That this thing was able to go down to the abyssal trench and be safe. And you could make a couple of dives with this one. The other one wasn't designed correctly. Hola Latina, good to see you. Oh, okay. All right, I'll check it. The 21-foot steel craft named Titan submerged at 8 a.m. Eastern Time with 5 people on board and a 96-hour oxygen supply. About an hour and 45 minutes later, they sealed. Okay. In short, the 250,000 should be able to afford you about 10 to 12 hours. So the answer to Amanda is that it was supposed to last for 10 to 12 hours. And with 2 hours of the trip reserved for the commute of the sunken ship. So that's the answer to your question. Oh, I understand, Latina. Understood. Yeah, so this is James Cameron's submarine. And look how cool it is, and look how, like, different it is from the other one. You know, that this is how you're supposed to build a submersible. You're not supposed to have it, like, look stupid. Because you see, like, how it's aerodynamic, it's, real intricate and it's real thick. Like, that's how you're supposed to build the submersible. The Deep Sea Challenger. All right, so this is some more pictures of it. So this is giving you an idea of what a submersible that works looks like. And there's so much of the ocean that we have not explored. There's so many creatures down there. And there's so many things down there like that we don't know about. Like aliens and all are cool, and that's an interesting topic to talk about, but also the sea creatures are so intricate. Okay, Kathy. See you later. Thank you for coming. All right. Yeah, shout out to Kathy. All right, so we're gonna look at the Titanic. Read some things about it. Sarah says, "Are those replicas of cams?" I don't know. I don't know if they're replicas, or I think it might be the submersible they put in the museum. I'll go look it up. Thanks, Latina. Yeah, I know Kathy from another stream. She's cool people. Yeah, so Sarah, it seems that. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you. Sarah, it's in a museum. It's not a replica. It's the real thing. They just put it in a museum. So that's to answer your question. RMS Titanic was the largest ship afloat upon entering service and second three Olympic class ocean liners built for the White Star Line. The ship was built by the Harland and Wolff Shipbuilding Company in Belfast. So it was the largest ship afloat at that time. There's three Olympic class ocean liners built for the White Star Line. The ship was built Harland and Wolff Shipbuilding Company in Belfast. Thomas Andrews Jr., chief of the naval architect of the shipyard, was deleted in a disaster, and Titanic was under the command of Captain Edward John Smith, who went down with the ship. And Titanic is free on YouTube. I know it's crazy. It's amazing. It's free on YouTube. Well, yeah, Sarah, exactly. Now we have huge cruise ships all over the world. Yes, it was. Oh well, DJ. Yeah, we were talking about lifting weights and you know and bulking and all that stuff. Yeah, DJ was lurking over there. So like the sit ups and get some inspirational gurus, and that's what we look at, and we got to hit the gym. That's what the motto is: hit the gym. And DJ knows. Thank you, Amanda. I'm glad that you like her. Yeah, Latina's the mouse. All right. Yeah, shout out to Latina. The first class accommodation was designed to be a pinnacle of comfort and luxury. It included a gymnasium, swimming pool, smoking rooms, fine restaurants, and cafes, a Victorian style Turkish bath, and hundreds of opulent cabins. A high powered radio telegraph transmitter was available to send passenger micronegrams, and for the ship's operation use, Titanic had advanced safety features such as watertight compartments and remotely activated watertight doors, which contributed to the ship's reputation as the unsinkable. Titanic was equipped with 16 lifeboats, davits, each capable of lowering 3 lifeboats for a total of 48 lifeboats. Despite this capacity of 48, the ship was equipped with a total of only 20 lifeboats. That's tragic. 14 were regular lifeboats, 2 were cutter lifeboats, and 4 were collapsible and proved difficult to launch while the ship was sinking. I would think so. And they were not properly trained to do that either. They weren't trained to launch lifeboats. The 20 lifeboats could hold over 1,000 people, 1,178 people, about half the number of the passengers on board, and one-third of the number of passengers the ship could have carried at full capacity. A number consistent with the maritime safety regulations of that era. The British Board of Trade regulates 14 lifeboats for a ship 10,000 tons. Titanic carried 6 more than required. So Titanic actually carried more lifeboats than it was required to. That's just messed up. Allowing 338 extra people room in lifeboats. When the ship sank, the lifeboats that had been lowered were only filled up to an average of 60%. So the lifeboats were not even filled to full capacity. Oh, okay, Latina. I was wondering why I wasn't hearing from you. So, Mary said that the kittens you sent me, I know you sent it to me a couple of months ago, but the kittens in the picture you sent me, they were about four weeks old. All right, to answer your question, the time of the picture was taken. All right, so the cost of the building of the Titanic costed 1.5 million euros or pounds, and in 2019 it would cost 150 million pounds. Titanic derives from the Titans of Greek mythology. Pre-Olympian gods, according to Theogony of Hesiod, they were the 12 children of the primordial parents Uranus and Gaia. You see, sky and earth. So that could be symbolic for when the angels went with earth women. With 6 male titans and 6 female titans. Interesting. So the titans, and also Titanic means large, like gigantic. Built in Belfast, Ireland, what was the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, RMS Titanic was the second of the 3 Olympian-class liners. The lead vessel was RMS Olympic, and final was Britannic. Yes, Latina, that's what that was. Yeah, Gaia. No, Gai. Something like that. I'm getting a little bit mixed up here, okay? Gaia. That was her name. It's like Earth. I know it sounds like being on drugs or something, but no, it means Earth. Like there's like a woman on Earth, and this Uranus comes from the sky. That sounds funny. Yes, Sarah. True. White Star Line chairman Bruce Ismay and American financier J.P. Morgan, who controlled the White Star Line's parent corporation, International Maritime Marine Company. White Star faced an increasing challenge from its main rivals, Cunard, with the aid of Royal Navy. Had recently launched a twin ship Lusitania and Mauritania. No, it's Mauritania. All right, that's what the ship was called from the Titanic. That's what she was mentioning, Mauritania. Mauritania was a British ocean liner designed Leonard Pesquet, built by Wingham Richardson, one of England's Cunard lines. In Lusitania, the Lusitania was hit by a torpedo from the Germans. Hello, Denisha. Welcome. Good to see you stopping by. Welcome to this funny stuff we're doing here with the Titanic. Denisha, I'm doing great. I've been having a great stream all night, and I had a good day before that, and it's been raining a lot. I hope that you're doing well also. And yeah, so the installed power of this is a 24 double-ended and 5 single-ended boilers feeding two reciprocating steam engines from the wing propellers and a low-pressure turbine from the center propeller. Output 64,000 HP. Propulsion, two three-bladed wing propellers and one in the center propeller. The ships were constructed by Belfast shipbuilder Harland and Wolff, which had a long established relationship with White Star Line dating back to 1867. Harland and Wolff were given a great deal of latitude, and in designing the ship for White Star Line, the usual approach was Wilhelm Wolff to sketch a general concept which Edward James Harland would turn into a ship design. Cost considerations were relatively low priority. Harland and Wolff were authorized to spend what it needed on the ships plus a 5% profit margin. In the case of the Olympic class ships cost $3 million, approximately $310 million in 2019 pounds. So that's even more in US dollars. Okay, Latina. Good night. It's almost time for us to end anyway. So you're not gonna miss anything. We're authorized to spend what it needed to the ships plus 5% profit margin. In the case of the Olympic class ships, a cost of $3 million, I read that, was agreed plus extras to contract and usual 5%. Harland and Wolff put their leading designers to work designing the Olympic class vessels. The design was overseen by Lord Perry, a director of both Harland and Wolff of the White Star Line, naval architect Thomas and the White Star Line naval architect Thomas Andrews, the managing director of Harland and Wolff Design Department Edward Wild Edward Wilding, Andrews' deputy and responsible for the calculating the ship's design, stability, and trim, and Alexander Carlsel, the shipyard's chief draughtsman and general manager. Charlesel's responsibility included decorations, equipment, and all general arrangements, including implementation of efficient lifeboat Daffit design. Yeah, shout out to 44 viewers. Yeah, shout out to Isaiah. Amen. On 29 July 1908, Harland and Wolff presented the drawings to J. Bruce Ismay and other White Star Line executives. Ismay approved of the design, his signature 3 letters of agreement 2 days later, authorizing the start of the construction. At this point, the first ship was later to become the Olympic. It had no name but was referred to simply as November number 400, as it was Harland and Wolff's 400th hull. Titanic was based on a revised version of the same design and was given number 401. Titanic was 882 feet 9 inches long with a maximum breadth of 92 feet and 6 inches. The ship's total height, measured from the base of the keel to the top of the bridge, was 104 feet. Titanic measured 46,329 GRT. $21,831 NRT, and with a draught of 34 feet and 7 inches, and displaced 52,310 tons. All 3 of the Olympic class ships, that's awesome, Denisha. Facts. Olympic class ships had 10 decks, excluding the top of the officers' quarters, 8 which were for passengers' use. From the bottom of the decks were the boat deck, on which lifeboats were housed. It was from here during the early hours of 15 April 1912 that Titanic's lifeboats were lowered into the North Atlantic. The bridge and well house were all forward end, in front of the captain's officers' quarters. The bridge stood 8 feet, 2.4 meters above the deck, exceeding out either side of the ship, could control the docking. The wheelhouse stood within the bridge. The entrance of the first-class grand staircase gymnasium were located midship along the raised roof of the first lounge, while the rear of the Titanic, where the roof of the first class smoke room and the second class entered, just forward the second class entrance sat the kennels where the first class passengers' dogs would stay. The wood covered deck was divided into four segregated promenades for officers, first class passengers, engineers, second class passengers, respectively. Lifeboats lined the deck, except for the first class area where there was a gap so that the view would not be spoiled. And this is it. A deck is called Promenade Deck, extending along the entire 546 feet, 166 meters length superstructure. It was revised exclusively for first class passengers and continued first class cabins and first class reading and writing room, lounge, smoke room, and palm court. B deck bridge deck was the top weight bearing deck and uppermost level of the hull. More first class passenger accommodations were located here with six palatal staterooms, cabins featuring their own private pomades. On Titanic, the A La Carte restaurant and the Cafe Persian provided luxury dining facilities to first class passengers. Both were run subcontracted chefs and their staff. All were lost in disaster, and second class smoking room entrance hall were both located deck and raised forecastle of the ship and was forward of the bridge deck, accommodating number one hatch, the main hatch to the cargo holds, numerous precious machinery, and the archer housing. After the bridge deck was raised, the poop deck, 106 feet long, used pomade by third class passengers. It was where many of Titanic's passengers and crew made their last stand as the ship sank. Forecastle, poop deck were separated from the bridge by well decks. All right. All right. So we have reached the end of the show, and tomorrow I'm going to talk about the sharks because I didn't do that this time, but I'm going to talk about some different shark species. We'll do it at Friday. So yeah, thank you, Sarah. That's very kind of you. So I'll talk more about Titanic and the sharks and stuff tomorrow. And we had a good stream. So we'll be saying our final thoughts. Good morning to everybody. I'm glad that y'all came and stopped by to the stream. Something I really appreciate. We've been live for 5 hours and 46 minutes. Okay. Alright, chat, good night. Good morning, good night, whatever. And hope all of you have a great week. We'll see you, depending how the weather is on Friday. The weather might be bad. See you all then. Or whenever I'll see you all again, whenever the stream is, the weather is alright. So thank you all for coming. And I appreciate all of you. And Sarah says, thank you for being live. It was wonderful gathering and learning. Night, 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 alien. Night, night, ladies. Bedtime. All right. And Denisha, Denisha and Amanda and DJ and Sarah. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome, Amanda. All right. Peace. I thought it was a bug, but is this my mouse? Bubbles was cleaning himself. All right. Thank you all.